All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's check all the equipment, make sure everything is working properly. Mic check. How's the how's that microphone sounding? Microphone's good. What's good, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. It has been a very interesting week. There's been so much going on. So much death and destruction in America. Nothing new. Nothing new. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. This is the Real Nathan Daly, and I am your translator. I'm here to provide some insight on these difficult topics, these current event issues, just sprinkling just a little bit of my wisdom. It's not much, but I know you guys appreciate it. And this is today's a good day. Today's a good day to have this type of conversation. And I've been wanting to have this conversation for a long time because there's a lot of nuance within this. And you guys know how I am. I prefer to bring people to the channel who have the experience, who have the knowledge, who have some behind the scenes footage of what takes place, things that contradicts sometimes what we know to believe, sometimes things that people repeat, propaganda, the media. And to be quite honest, if you truly want to know what goes on, you talk to the people who do the job. So you see the thumbnail. All right. We are going to be talking about courts and corrections, right? This is a part of the criminal justice system. One of the things people always talk about criminal justice reform, majority of times they're talking about police encounters is what they really, really harp on. Truth be told, we need reform all throughout the system. Some people say there's no reform. We need to just tear the whole damn thing down and start over. Listen, that'll never happen. But for those who do believe in that process, majority wouldn't know how to rebuild it, right? Let's just be honest. We know that there's things in the system that are flawed. That we know 100%. But do you know how to fix it? Do you know what it is that needs to be fixed? And is it really as flawed as we think it is? Right? Now, what I can say is that there are issues in the system as it relates to fair sentencing, as it relates to equitable treatment. That is a fact. And we also know that race plays a huge part in these things. So, with that being said, we just said tear it down, tear it down. With that being said, we're going to touch on a lot of things, even some of the data. We're going to cover some of the data as it relates to incarceration, the things that we can change in the system, things that we would like to see change, and also the things that are our responsibility to change. How much of an impact do we have as individuals in this system that we are talking about? I think that's always kind of my perspective when looking at these difficult topics, you guys. I'm always looking at it's so hard to fix the system, right? This whole system we talk about. But it's so much easier to fix ourselves, right? And it's so funny. I got a chance to speak at a youth event, or I guess you would say like a youth conference with young men, young Black boys. And the name of the conference was Men Building Men. And the theme of that event was choices, choices. And I thought it was a perfect thing when they asked me to come and speak to all ages from 11 to 19 was the age group. These kids are in school, just graduating, on the way to college. It's a perfect group of young boys and young men to talk to. And the theme behind that was choices. A long time ago, a man told me that the only power that you have as an individual is the power over your own choices. That's the only power that you have. You only have power over the decisions you decide to make for yourself. You do not have power or authority over the consequences. He told me that as a young man, and I never forgot it. You can only control yourself. You can't control the consequences. You can only control yourself. You cannot control other people. You guys, as I've gotten older, that turned out to be extremely accurate. Extremely accurate. I then teach that same philosophy to other people. I teach that same thing to other people. I would arrest hundreds of people, and I would always leave with that. You can control yourself, you can't control others. You can control yourself, you can't control consequences. What does that mean? Accountability. We're going to talk about, someone said cops planning 3, 2, 1. We're going to talk about accountability. We're going to talk about accountability. We're going to talk about taking ownership of choices. And then we're going to talk about what it looks like to be at the mercy of other people, the mercy of a system that's flawed. And what that looks like. Courts and corrections. What does that look like? And tonight we have a special guest that I'm really excited about bringing up. For those who haven't seen the video, I'm going to play a quick video, and then I'm going to bring her up, and we're going to have an amazing discussion tonight. As people are falling into the stream, please hit the like button as you join us. It's going to be a very powerful discussion. And so I'm really, really anxious to hear what you guys have to say as we go through this. Please, as you know, get your questions ready. You know, I love the questions. I love the questions off the top, so get the questions ready. I'm going to play this video. We have like 4 clips I'm going to dive into. They're very short clips. We're going to dive throughout the stream, and I want to get people's perspective on it. And again, we're looking at a twofold problem: the system and its people. And there are things that need to be done on both sides in order for this thing to work. That's my philosophy. That's how I look at it. And I know people will have a difference of opinion, which is fine. All right, which is fine. So where are we? Let me drop the clip real quick. This is the clip. If you haven't seen it on the trailer, I'm going to play it for us. First, let me... how do I want to do this? Bam.
Suppose you're a 22-year-old black man in Florida. You've just been busted with 3 ounces of pot. You get charged with possession and intent to sell, both third-degree felonies. It's not your first brush with the law. You've been caught twice driving without a license. You're set to appear before a judge, but you don't know who. Your best bet would be for the judge to be black and male. Black male judges sentence black defendants to 10% less time in lockup than whites, according to 12 years of criminal data compiled by court clerks. But if that black male judge is a Republican, the thinking shifts. No group sends away blacks for more time compared to whites than black Republican judges, 69% more time to be exact. Black female judges are the fairest. They sentence blacks and whites to the same amount of time, but black female judges are also the harshest. They send away both blacks and whites for far longer than any other group. But what are the odds of getting a black judge? They're not in your favor. Only 28 of the more than 450 judges who preside over serious criminal cases in Florida are black, so the judge will probably be white. If it's a white male, you can expect 20% more time in lockup than a white defendant. If it's a white female, you can expect 10% more time. Politics also come into play. Republican judges sentence blacks to 21% more time in lockup than whites. Democratic judges sentence blacks to 7% more time. The judge's age matters too. Judges in their late 60s sentence blacks to 31% more time than whites. That drops to 16% for judges in their early 60s. It goes down to 13% for judges in their late 50s, and down to 8% for judges in their early 50s. But that's where the slide stops. On average, judges in their 40s sentence blacks to 16% more time than whites. Young judges, appointed by Governor Rick Scott, sentence blacks to 28% more time. Now, which judge would you want?
Ooh, which judge would you want? The moral of the story is, God, dog. What is that, you guys? That was a lot, and we're gonna play that back. But I want you to understand what we're gonna be talking about and what it looks like to have these conversations behind the scenes. And the perfect person to have this conversation with us tonight is going to be my guest, Monalisa Weber. And so I'm going to bring her up, you guys, and she is going to break down a lot of this stuff for us and give us some behind the scenes knowledge as to what we are missing, the things we don't hear about, the things that we don't take advantage of, and the things that are taking advantage of us. Right. And so these are real issues. They're real problems. What kind of judge would you like most? A black female judge. At this point, she looked like she's about to fare us across the board. So shout out to our black men and women who are attorneys, who are out here striving to be judges. It seems like black females are the fairest of them all. The fairest of them all. And this goes back to my argument that it is so important for us to be in positions of influence, be in positions of power, because we can level set. Now, at the end of the day, it shouldn't have to be that way. And there's another flip side to this coin, is that there are some biases, right? There's a lot, I would say a lot of biases when it comes to people who are in power, right? So my thing is being able to take away that bias is the most important thing. And then also being able to have some sort of a biased police as it relates to the criminal justice system. Say, hey, hold on. This looks like they are treating me unfairly. I know someone who got sentenced for the same thing and didn't get hit as hard as I did. I need this corrected. I need to reach out to the bias police and the courts, and you need someone to oversee a lot of these things. Why do I say that? There's just too much power, and there's not enough structure. There's not enough oversight. And when you don't have that, you guys, people, they do what they want to do. And that is the biggest problem with the criminal justice system. Before I can look at any of those things, at the end of the day, the problem is there's not enough oversight. There's nobody checking the checkers, right? Nobody checking the checkers. And to me, that is where the biggest problem lies. And so, you guys, we are going to get started. And before I do that, I want to give a special shout out to, thank you. Early Start with the super chat. Early Start says, thank you for your outstanding work, Nathan. No, thank you, Shay. I really appreciate it. You guys, this is good. I love having these conversations. You guys have been such a big support. As you know, we are also making some updates to the channel. We're about to have some new stuff. As you already see, for the members that are on the channel, you see the new badges, right? So we got new badges. Special shout out to Chaos. He hooked us up with some good badges. So I hope you guys like that. We also have the merch. You guys have been seeing the merch at the bottom of the videos. So I plan on doing like a video announcement about all the things that are coming along with the channel. We are on our way to 20,000. So shout out to everybody for that. So that's good. We're on our way to 20K. We're almost there. So you guys, we've gained a lot of new subscribers just kind of over the time. So this has been good. So new stuff. Got a new logo coming out for you guys. So we adding some stuff. I just got my merch in the mail yesterday. So I plan on trying it on, taking some photos for you guys. And we're going to be promoting some new stuff. Again, thank you so much, Shay. To all my members, thank you. Thank you to the moderators. Without further ado, you guys, I will be bringing up our amazing, phenomenal guest. Round of applause for Monalisa. Yes, yes.
Hi.
What's up? What's up?
How are you?
Man, I am good. I am good. Before you get started, let me give another shout out to Daughter of Yah coming through, member of the channel, showing love. Said donuts and coffee. Listen, that's my donut fund for next week. Shout out to you, Daughter of Yah. Thank you so much, my love. I really appreciate it. And I have the amazing Monalisa with us. Listen, thank you. First of all, let me just say thank you for coming on tonight and agreeing to do this live stream with me. You have a lot of wisdom, a lot of experience to share on this topic and many more topics. But I'm really excited to have the conversation with you tonight. So, for those who don't know you, they're not familiar with you, can you please introduce yourself to the people and then also let them know where they can find you and what we're about to get into tonight?
Okay. Thank you so much, Nathan. It's truly an honor to be on your platform. I've been following you for a long time, and I was very intentional about wanting to meet you. I also want to give a shout out to Michi X for for the platform of the Black Agenda movement, because that's where I met you. And just in full gratitude and really excited that I met like-minded people who are solution-oriented, because that's what I'm about. My name is Monalisa Weber. I'm based out of South Florida, Broward County, Florida. I'm a community advocate. I'm a former probation officer in the felony division. And I worked for lawyers. I've done paralegal work, legal assistant work, just really like a lot of stuff within the criminal justice system. And I also advocate in court, right? To get people released, whether it be to, help them get off of probation. So I have a lot of experience on dealing with the courtroom, the field, felony probation, lawyers, right? And then the community. So I've been doing this work for over 10 plus years, particularly in the community. But when we talk about my experience of like the criminal justice system, I'm about 23 years, right? Yeah, 23 years. And in different fields, because I'm a risk taker. I seek knowledge. I want to know what's going on. Why is it happening? I don't get it. But one of the most important things that I will say is I sat in a felony criminal courtroom every single day for about a year, right? I was an in-court senior probation officer. So I got to see how the courtroom operates, which many nights, many days I went home crying, right? Because it was just like a lot of stuff going on. But to push it further, I am a community advocate. I'm well known here in Broward County and Miami-Dade County. Many community members call me as it relates to the criminal justice system. But due to like feeling the community, serving the community, I realized that many people are not interested in learning the system until it hits home, right? So I started to focus on the youth and the children. Like the journey led me to that. So I've been mentoring the incarcerated youth since 2015. I've been working in the community of Liberia, which is an area in Hollywood, Dania Beach, Pompano, kind of serving the youth. We would do things like different pancake breakfasts. We would do movie nights to keep the kids off of the street. We tried to work with elected officials, right? So I have a lot of knowledge on politics and how it actually works. We've done a lot, shout out to my community partner, Aaron D. Hollis. He's here somewhere watching us, but we kind of united to really serve the youth because we found that the adults are set in their ways.
Yes.
And it's very challenging to get them to change their minds or look at things differently until it hits home.
Correct.
So our focus, particularly for me now, is more the youth, so we can impart that knowledge. We can nurture them with information and with love, and really help them understand consequences, right? And the probability of them encountering law enforcement is very high. So that's what we focus on now. I haven't been part of the system in many, many, many years. I created what's called Probation Station, which is a curriculum that teaches our people how to move proactively and make logical decisions for better outcomes, right? So that's kind of like where I started to understand how the community moves, right? And frankly, most don't give a damn. Okay, let's just get that clear. We do get a lot of support in our communities because we tackle the truth, we tackle the issue, and we also have helped so many people in impactful ways. So that's a little bit about me. I'm a servant. I focus on solutions. I don't like drama. One thing I just want to make clear on your channel is I'll be speaking from my experience, right? My journey, my pain, my knowledge, right? My lenses, we don't wear the same glasses. So I just want to kind of make that clear, because I shouldn't be nervous, but I'm nervous, right? Because it's just like the internet is just a lot, and that's why like my channel is small, right? Because I can't deal with a lot of the bullshit, right? So I'm like really hands-on, like on the ground. Right. You gotta match my energy. If you come into South Florida, you gotta match my energy for you to come at me any type of way. So you can find me at Probation Station on IG. I think you posted everything as well, which I'm very grateful and thankful. You can also find me on Community Work 954. There's not a lot of content there because Nathan, when you have inspired me to kind of come back on the platform, right? And like really break down and help people use their voice in order to like dig into the system. So I want to really thank you for that, and I'm working my courage to get back on YouTube. There's just be too much shit going on. So
you got it.
Right. So with that being said, I'm open to any questions. I really want to share the knowledge. I really want people to understand that we cannot be emotional when it comes to the criminal justice system. Like, I think that's like my biggest thing.
Unpack that for us, because I might have went over some people's heads. What do you mean by when it comes to the criminal justice system, we can't be emotional? What do you mean by that?
Okay, so what I mean is, for example, okay, so I'll just share, like, I'm an advocate, right? So people, my supporters down here, they love me. Oh my God, I get a lot of love. But when I switch the hat to go advocate, they're like, damn, she a bitch.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me explain. The courtroom, the system does not care about how you feel.
Correct.
Right? And it's a sad reality. Like, when I was in the courtroom, there was a lot of people that would come in crying and begging and pleading and why. And you get like a
right. You get that cuckoo look, like that. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares, right? And it's because they're going by the law, right? So I'm going to be speaking on the state of Florida only because that's my area. I don't like to speak on things that I do not know. So we're speaking on Florida. Now, if you're interested in more information, like go to your state and look up, like in your county, the clerk of courts and the bar association in your county. But I'll be speaking on the state of Florida because in other states, the laws may be a little different, right? And stuff of that nature. So when I talk about emotionalism, you want to be logical because you want to make decisions that are going to benefit you at the end. Like sometimes when someone gets arrested, right, we always speak on like encounters with law enforcement, but we never get to like the post arrest, right? Like the bondsman, then having to hire an attorney, right? Then walking into the courtroom. So when you're making all these decisions, you have to be logical. And most people tend to be emotional. When you're too emotional, you can't think straight. Right? You want to hire the first attorney. You want to rush things, right? And then you make decisions that can affect you for the rest of your life, right? When you're going to take a plea, are you understanding what that plea is, right? So most people are going to take pleas, point blank, period. We cannot afford a defense. Most people cannot afford a defense. And that could be a whole nother show and conversation, just breaking it down with what defense looks like. So what I came to understand, understand, and overstand is that the community has to be part of the process within the criminal justice system. It is a must. It is a must for community to be part of the system. When I began to learn, like, judges are elected, your state attorney is elected, your public defender is elected. The worst thing a judge wants to see in a courtroom is a bunch of community people who are registered voters, right? Because the power, they clearly understand, wait a minute, like, I got to run in 1 or 2 years, right? So it's about collective power. And what happens is we tend to send our loved ones into the courtroom by themselves, right? So when I speak about emotionalism, it will destroy you in a courtroom because you're dealing with logic. Logic and emotions can't be in the same room.
This is true. I always say a lot of people make a argument about morality, right? Like, we know that there's a lot of moral issues within the system. You could look at it and say, well, morally that doesn't seem right, or morally that's not, but at the end of the day, that's what we have on the books. This is how you're going to be examined under these rules and these guidelines, not the ones that you feel like, not the ones that you believe shouldn't exist. The reality is this is what we're doing and this is how we're doing it by. And everybody else agrees but you, right? Because you're the one now that is a victim of this so-called system. When you talk about the post arrest, can you break down to us the part that people are missing that's equally just as important? You get arrested, you do a crime, whether you're guilty, not guilty, you're guilty until proven innocent. But then you have these other variables that take place. I've had a client reach out to me recently, and he had to fire his public defender, and now he's representing himself. And he reached out to me because allegedly he's saying that he has been a victim of police brutality. And I'm considered a expert witness on police brutality cases. And so he's hiring me now to represent him on his case. A lot of people don't know that you can hire expert witnesses to represent you. A lot of people don't know that sometimes you might only have access to one public defender, depending on what county you're in. It's just not, you're allotted a representation. It doesn't mean it's going to be a good one. What are the other behind the scene things that people do not talk about that you can share with us that can kind of help us be mindful? What's missing? What are the other pieces that are missing?
In my opinion, what's missing is our lack of education.
Ooh, okay.
Right. That's what I analyzed years in.
Okay.
Like, especially in the courtroom. I'm like, damn, we getting screwed over because we don't know anything. So post arrest, if you have a bond, Now you want to get a bondsman, right?
Right.
So you bond out. Now the next step is, depending on the severity of your charges, you want to hire an attorney. What most people do is they just pick up the phone and just whoever and whatever, like, okay, and they just hire, like, right? They do no research.
Right.
Right. So what I say is research, ask for referrals, right?
Sure.
When you are hiring an attorney, you want an attorney that is experienced in your county or your city. You want an attorney that's familiar with your charges, right? You want an attorney who may be familiar with your judge.
That's right.
Right? I also suggest for people, whether you're arrested or not, because it affects all of us directly or indirectly, go sit at the courthouse and listen. Pay attention. Just go look around, sit down, take notes. Watch how your judges treat the people. Watch how attorneys treat the people. Right? And get familiar with what's going on in your county. When you hire a lawyer, or if you get assigned a public defender, depending if you're indigent or not, if you qualify, in other words, have conversations with your lawyer. So I'll give you an example. Let's say you get charged with a grand theft, right?
Right.
And this is another issue due to our lack of knowledge. We don't know what questions to ask until we know, right? So 9 times out of 10, you're going to take a plea. I mean, statistics show over 90% of people take pleas. Like, we don't even go through like the whole process.
Right.
Right? We don't even, because what happens is the courtroom scares you every step of the way, the intimidation every step of the way. You're facing up to 10 years in Florida State Prison. And you're like, that's it. That's all you heard. That's it. Saw it every day. That's all you hear. 10 years. Oh my God, I'm going to face 10 years. The probability is not that. It's just your charges is up to 10 years in prison or up to 5 years in prison, right? That's when I talk about being logical.
Right.
Right? Look up your charges. Go to the Florida statute. Like, become acquainted with your lawyer. So if you are charged with a grand theft, the probability is you're going to plea out to probation, right? You're going to end up getting an anti-theft course, something type of course, right? Because now you have like special conditions for certain courses and programs. If you get charged with something that has to deal with child neglect or child abuse, 9 times out of 10, the judge is going to court order like some form of parenting classes.
Right.
Right. So when I talk about communicating with your lawyer, it's really like, okay, these are my charges. What am I looking at? What type of special conditions am I looking at? Can I actually afford this? Because what used to happen to me was when someone was placed on probation and they came into the office and I was assigned that case, I'm reviewing all the terms and conditions of probation and they don't even know what I'm talking about. Right? And I let them know at the end of the day, well, your monthly payments are $183. They trying to cuss me out. Right? So I'm like, whoa, wait a minute now. Like, that's not how that, first of all, you was in court.
Right.
You took the plea.
Yep.
You signed the paperwork. Right? So I used to get really aggravated because I didn't understand why I got all this attitude and all this stuff until I was promoted to be an in-court officer. Then I was like, holy shit. It's a factory. It's like this.
Yep.
The judges used to sentence 10, 13, 15 people at a time. You too scared to ask questions. You too scared to let the judge know, Your Honor, I cannot afford this. I have financial hardships. We're too scared to speak up in court.
So let me ask you, how much of this is, because a lot of this conversation we're going to be comparing, because I like how you said education is a problem. How much of this is going to be a racial component and how much of this is actually a kind of like an individual component? Like, is this how much of this is a systemic issue as it relates to the system doing this on purpose against Black people, and then how much of this is us doing it to ourselves as it relates to this part that you're talking about? Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I know it's
yeah. I have to speak based on my experience,
no, that's
because
fine. Yeah.
In advocating and teaching others how to advocate, and the outcomes and the results that I have receipts for, community, your voice, and standing firm and knowing what you're talking about will get you way, way further. Right? So I want to speak on like the individual, because we already know, like, right? We already know, like, the system is effed up. Correct. Right? There's racial disparities and stuff of that nature. But also what that has to do with is we cannot afford our defense.
Okay.
Right? We have people who got bread, who got money. They'll hire the best lawyer. Now, when you hire in the best lawyer, the lawyer may be a contributor to some of the judges on the bench.
All right, talk about it.
Right? So when I say a contributor, campaigns, right?
Campaign money, yeah.
Campaign money, right? They write checks, you feel me? So this system is really about how money circulates. You see what I'm saying? So you got high-end lawyers that get hired left and right, and when they walk in the courtroom, you can see the dynamics in the relationship with the judge.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So it's about, and I'm not saying all the time, but what I'm saying is what I saw, right? How you conduct yourself in court. One of the biggest, Lord have mercy, help me, Father. Listen, what you wear to court,
how you look,
determines. It's a lot. You're looking at the difference between 18 months, 24 months, right? Because what happens is the courthouse is built like on three things, right? Integrity, right? Honesty. Like, this is what it was built on back in the day, right? Even though they don't practice it, though.
Correct.
Right? There's no practicing that. They don't practice that. But what happens is we going into their house.
Facts.
Right? We engage with.
Yep.
Right? Yep. We're in their space.
Yep.
So what I tell people is, okay, if you're being invited to a wedding, how do you dress?
That's true.
You in their space, right? So I let people know when again, people contact me like, hey, I got this going on. So I kind of guide them a little bit. You know what I mean? Make sure you wear proper attire to court. It is one of the most important things. Why? Because if they see, because their concept of respect is proper attire.
Okay.
Right? It's even written here in Broward County, Florida. I don't know in other places. Like, there's like little signs on the door. And it's like, this is being recorded, before you enter, blah, blah, blah. Proper attire required. They're letting you know. But you got people going in the courtroom with T-shirts, flip-flops, pants down their ass, looking crazy, right? Should it matter? No. However, we in their crib, we in their house. Young ladies dressing like they going to the club, right? Young ladies saying, Your Honor, I can't afford this, but their nails out here, they got hair, they got all, like, I've seen judges literally, ma'am, you can't tell me that you cannot afford your monetary obligations when I know that hair costs you $600. Go ahead and lock her up. I've seen this in real life.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say? So
brutal.
We have to understand where we're at.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's kind of like, I let people know, like, you will see a difference if you wear proper attire. They treat you differently because you're kind of playing their game. So play their game for you to get the best outcome. Emotions is not gonna help you.
Mm.
Yelling and screaming ain't gonna help you. Your lack of knowledge is not gonna help you.
Nope.
Right? If you walk in there by yourself, it's not gonna help you. So you have to strategize, right? You have to strategize when a loved one with you or a loved one gets arrested. And then also, there's no rush. There's no rush, right? Because a case could take 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 5 years to resolve. So take your time. There's no rush. You have to prepare yourself when you're entering the system.
That is spot on. For those who are not familiar with the term, they call it respectability politics. And it's just the whole idea. I had an attorney tell me about it before. And the whole idea is just that they judge you. They prejudge you on your appearance. And they do the same thing to attorneys. They do the same thing to police officers. We come in there looking crazy. It's not a good look. Like your appearance is a statement within itself. And if you look like if you walk into a courtroom as a defendant and you look like you're beyond saving, they're going to give you a beyond saving sentencing. So if you go in there and you look like the person who did the crime, guess what? They're going to give you the charge based on a person who, unfortunately, and again, it doesn't make it right. Monalisa is telling you exactly true. Like, no one is agreeing with it. We're saying this is how the game is. And I think all too often, we always like to have the conversation as to what it should be like. Well, we know what it should be like. It should be unicorns and rainbows. But it's not like that. So when I come and tell you guys these things, I'm not telling you because I agree with it. I'm telling you because that's how it is. That's how it is. And that's how the game goes. When I say facts over feelings, I mean that. When I say complied or survive, I mean that. Why do I say that? Because you're not going to win. You're going to lose something. And the worst thing you can lose is your life. And so I always make sure I say that. And again, people confuse those statements that I make as that I'm agreeing with how things are. And I'm not, you guys. I'm telling you how it is. We all know what it should be. But I'm going to teach you how to play the game properly. This is a great shout out to you for the super chat. You over here zooming in with the glasses. So the question is, you've agreed twice the system is corrupt. All right. How do you justify supporting the system through your nonprofit? Why do you laugh about soul bonds? This is a good question. So this one's directed towards me. One is directed towards you, but the rest of it's directed towards me. So let me break down this question. I think it's a good question. He says, Nat says, or Nate, I guess you're Nate too, says you've agreed twice. Yes, the system, my understanding of how the system is corrupt might not be the same understanding as what you think the system's corrupt. What I believe is honestly that the system actually is working pretty well when you look at the numbers, when you look at the outcome. If you're just looking at the data, to be quite honest with you, the system is actually working well. If the system was as bad as a lot of people like to try to make it seem, then this country would be in utter chaos. It'd be in utter chaos. The problem with the system is not the system itself as much as it is the people who are operating in it. The people are the problem, not the system. There are kinks in the system. Yes, there are things that need to be adjusted that should have adjusted over time. That's 100% true. I believe the system has not caught up with modern day today. That's a fact, right? So a perfect example would be the child support system, right? As it relates to men and women and things of that nature. That's a perfect example that hasn't been updated. So there are things that need to be changed. This is true. The people, there are bad actors inside the system. Some started off good, some ended bad, some are currently there and they're corrupt, they're racist, they're biased. There's a lot of things in there that need to be addressed. There are things in the system that don't have proper oversight. That's a fact. That needs to be adjusted and addressed. But the system within itself is working pretty good. Now, you say, how do you justify supporting a system through your nonprofit? The reality is this. If you don't like it, then there's only one option: to leave the country. But while you're in this country, you got to play by the rules. If you want to change things, then you got to change it based on the rules. If you don't like it, then change it. Complaining about it doesn't fix anything. But what I can do is teach you and educate you and guide you on how to survive properly in the system. Just because you don't like the rules, just because you don't like the game, it doesn't mean the game and the rules don't have influence over you, whether you play the game or you do not. You can walk around this country and pretend that you and these rules don't apply to you until you get put in a situation when they do. And you can mouth off all you want, but they will enforce the law on you exactly how it states on the books. And some might throw a little extra sauce on it. Some might be a little biased. Some might be a little racist. Some might be extremely fair. Nonetheless, you cannot escape it. So what do? I say, let me educate. Let me try to explain. Let me give people some insight, some guidance. If you want to fix it, Monalisa made the perfect statement earlier. It takes a community. One thing that we do not do is operate as a strong community where we take our money, we buy politicians like everybody else does, we buy judges like everybody else does, we utilize our votes properly, we take our votes away from people when they don't do their job properly. We don't do those things. So it's hard to complain about the current state of certain things in the system when we don't systemically act right together in order to get these things changed. So to your point, I laugh about soul bonds. Soul bonds is a real thing. And though I laugh about it, I'm not laughing about it. I'm really highlighting that these are real problems. People make decisions, unfortunately, bad choices that send them to the grave. And in order to really bring a lot of emphasis to it, I call it a soul bond. It is the absolute last bond that you get when we have repeat offenders making the same choices over and over and over again. So I think that's a great question. Just in general, Monalisa, what are your thoughts on that before I go to the next one?
So I agree with what you're saying, right? Just based on my experience and perspective. And given the fact that communities are not ready to, I guess, unite, right, and develop or create some form of structure or system to combat it, or at least combat the loopholes, we have to learn it. You can't fight. You can't go out and fight what you don't know.
This is true.
Right? Like, okay, so I'm here in South Florida, right? Everybody knows Florida's crazy. Like, you got the governor, you got all this stuff going on. It's kind of crazy down here. The political climate is Florida is kind of like on the top of a lot of stuff going on. So I see a lot of, or I've experienced a lot of people out here in the community, like, your local activists, advocates, right? And they want to get into all these different lanes. And what I realize is they don't want to learn anything, right? Like, how can you fight, whether it be criminal justice, whether it be health disparities, whatever it could be, but you don't know anything about it. You're out there just yelling and screaming and marching, and like, it just, for me, it doesn't make any sense, right? Of course, we need simultaneously a little bit of everything, but when you're dealing with such a strong system like the criminal justice system, you need strategy.
Yep.
Right? You need strategy. That's what you need. You need strategy, and you need community. And the more community members, the better. And that's, I'll leave that there, because that's how I've been able to maneuver in Broward County. I know my state attorney. I have his phone number. All right. I question him. I sit with him. I know our public defender. I will say this. Here in Broward County, Harold Pryor is our state attorney. He is the first Black man state attorney in the state of Florida. Right? And we helped in that campaign. Okay. Gordon Weeks, our public defender. He is the first Black man public defender in the state of Florida. State attorney prior to Harold Pryor in 2020, we had a state attorney for over 40 years.
God, dog.
I don't know, don't quote me on it, but he's probably the most years, like, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. He saved generations.
Yeah, to prison.
Generations, yep. Right? To prison. So how long, and I challenge the community and the listeners and your viewers, how long has your state attorney been in place? Who is your state attorney? Right? Recently I had a lawyer contact me and she was like, hey, listen, I'm having a situation with 2 people on probation and the state attorney kind of like won't budge. So she brings me in just to have a conversation with the chief felony state attorney. And by the time we was done, those 2 brothers, they're not going to prison, right? Their probation may be, reinstated or whatever the case may be, but the point is they're not going to prison based on community coming into the state attorney's office and having a conversation, right? So it's about strategy. It's about respect. It's about, this is only if you want some form of outcomes, if you want to yell and scream and get all whatever and just for you to feel better, then you can go ahead and do that. But at the end of the day, if you want solutions and you want strategy and you want good outcomes, there's just a way you have to move within the criminal justice system.
Agreed. There, and I think I don't know. And again, I don't want people to get it confused. We are all aware that there are some things that need to change, whether it's law, sentencing practices, the disparities, all those need to, and these things are fixable. So it's one thing to say it's not fixable, because if it's not fixable, that's one thing. The problem is you have to force people to fix it. You do that through voting. You do that through money. You have to. The reality is this, you guys, and we're not joking with you. You can't ask anybody to change. You have to make them make these changes. And there's only but so many ways you can do it. You're not going to be able to do it with just one person who doesn't like the system. You need numbers. You need everybody on the same page. You need money. Until we start fighting, that's the only way to properly get things done in this country. You either taking your money from someone or you're giving your money to someone in large amounts if you want influence. That's what it's about, you guys. These people don't have to like you. Whether they're judges, they're senators, prosecutors, they don't have to like you, but they have to respect your dollar, because your dollar is power. That's what they respect. We want people to respect how we feel. No one gives a damn. They don't care. And so every time I have these discussions with people, we constantly want to talk about making people respect how we feel. That's all we care about. It almost seems like as Black people, we care more about what people think about us than we do about them doing things for us. You can't beg yourself into change. It just doesn't work like that. Let me get Nate's or Nat. I think it's Nat. Shout out to you again. His rebuttal to the last super chat, he said, I left the country. I live in Colombia. Shout out to you, brother. You were free. So I went to Colombia. Cool. All right. He says, why don't you work towards reformation as opposed to supporting cops? So I do support reform a lot. I can tell you're kind of new to the channel, but let me just explain to you. I do support reform. Reform is necessary. The issue is not about reform. It's how you get the reform done. Just like Monalisa just stated, there is a way to actually get these things done. The problem is we're not collectively doing it, which is the only way to do it. So no, we all agree on reform. It's necessary. I have a lot of reform ideas. I spoke about it a lot on this channel. The problem is no matter what I think or anybody else think, you still have one process to do. You need a plan, you need a strategy, and there's tactics to get it done. You just can't say get it done. You just can't say here's what you do. You have to map it out. And a lot of us always like to talk about the end results. No one likes to talk about the in-between process. And it requires people to get up and do something. Marching is not going to get it done, right? It's not. Why do I support cops? Because there are cops that are awesome. I support good police officers. And to to make a statement to suggest that we should not support the police would be utter chaos in this country, be utter chaos in our own community. So obviously that's not going to be correct. We want to support the right people doing their job all throughout the criminal justice system, who are also inherently corrupt. That's false. That's a false statement. Your arguments and assertions are Jonah's face. I mean, that's your opinion. I respect your opinion. But at the end of the day, let's talk about what the reality is. Do we need police in this country? Do we need police within the Black community? You know, that's where we can start. Are the police needed? Yes. Do we need better police? Yes. Do we have corrupt cops? Yes. We have corrupt everything in this country. One could argue this whole country within itself has corruption deep-seated, rooted in it. There's nothing you can do about it besides leave. And sir, you left. So you are the winner of that prize. Shout out to my boy Dre. I was in court yesterday and I walked across a defendant smelling like weed. So Dre says, public service announcement, do not walk into the courthouse smelling like weed. He's absolutely correct. I was in court yesterday and definitely smelled at least two people, one on the elevator and one passing the hallway, smelling like marijuana. It's embarrassing. And again, you know, it's not a good look. Let me drop down Dre again with another one. For those who don't know, Dre works in DA's office. Says only 4% of cases actually go to trial. It costs the state a lot of money to go to trial. Yep, which is why they try to hustle you into taking a plea. Yeah, scare tactics. Is that fair? Do you think the scare tactics they use is fair, though? Monalisa, what are your thoughts on that?
Are they fair?
Yeah, do you think it's fair to use?
No. Hell no, they playing. No. See, I don't know. I'm just telling the community what it is. Do I agree with this shit? Hell no. Like, no. That's why I'm so adamant. You feel me? That's why I fight. That's why I stand up. That's why I advocate in court. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna use my voice and I'm gonna show up in court for those that need it. And I'm gonna go in. Right? But that's because I'm comfortable. I've been doing it for a long time, right? And I understand like what needs to be done. So I work on teaching others to do the same. I do not agree with the scare tactic. I don't agree with none of that because we're not on the same playing field. You know what I'm saying? If we were educated and we had the knowledge, right, and we're walking into a courtroom, then okay, all is fair.
Okay.
But we walking in there blind, hoping that they, you know, give us a play. No. I don't agree with it. I see Miss Felicia H. I believe can I answer her question?
Yeah. She dropped the question. Yeah.
Yes. So Miss Felicia, how you doing, ma'am? So she stated, so are you implying the state attorney's office has an open door policy to all constituents?
Oh, hold on, I missed that. Oh, okay, I see it. Okay.
Right. So I'm not implying that. What I am saying is that I've developed the relationships. I have the voice here in Broward County and in Miami-Dade County where I'm going to the state attorney's office. So I've been doing groundwork for over 10 years. Like, people know me in the criminal justice realm, point blank, period. When I walk into a courtroom, they're like, oh shit, here she comes. Right? Straight up, because I have lawyers that call me, right? Hey, there's this case, can you come in and speak from the community's perspective? I've sat in meetings where the public defender will say, okay, Monalisa, we need a community voice. And there's juvenile judges and attorneys and defense attorneys. So I sit in these spaces. They know me. They know I'm loud. They're like, well, here she go. Like, okay, like, right. So that what I'm saying is develop a relationship with your state attorney. Get involved within the criminal justice system, and they may allow you, into the doors. That's what I'm saying. There, I don't know if there's open door policies in other states. I don't know if there's open door policies in other counties here in Florida. But in Broward County, Florida, I'm going to the state attorney's office and the public defender's office, right? She also had another question about the two people.
Yeah.
Yes. Two brothers they did not go free. They did not go free. They did not go to prison. They violated their probation. And the state attorneys wanted to send them to prison. And based on the conversation, based on the circumstances, based on the violation, and based on community being involved, they did not go to prison, but they were not set free.
I'm not familiar with that situation here. What was it? Some sort of a like miscarriage of justice type of thing, or what was?
So it was one of the cases was a young brother did so many years in prison, right? His sentence, his sentence was effed up to begin with, right?
Okay.
So when he got out, he did about 3 or 4 years in prison, and when he got out, there was really no resources and stuff of that nature. So he was on probation, and I was like, why is he on probation? While he did all this prison time. So that right there was already like, that ain't right. So the lawyer was adamant about, he violated his probation because he had a suspended license. And since his license was suspended, he violated, they wanted to send him back to prison for like 5 years. So this particular attorney, she hit me up and she's like, Monalisa, I think your voice would help. Please, let's sit down and speak to this state attorney and like let them know like this is not right. So that's what happened. I went in there, I spoke to the chief with her there, we all kind of went back and forth, and they made a decision. All right, we're not going to send them to prison. We're going to go and do this, reinstate their probation or extend it or stuff of that nature.
Understood.
Nobody went free though.
So let me, okay, that's interesting. Let me ask you this. Because you mentioned before as education being the number one issue that you have seen that has been a hindrance and a problem within Black people going into the system. Where do we intervene, right? Like if we were to say, how do we reverse that? Where can we intervene to reverse that? Why are we not educated in this area? Some, I always like to bring race into it because that's usually where this conversation tends to go. Is this a systemic race issue why Black people don't know how this system works as far as the criminal justice system or how to properly conduct themselves? Or is this an individual thing? In your opinion, like
I think it's a mixture of both.
Okay.
But I won't say most because I don't know the data or the statistics. People who have money, that's the thing. It's a money thing. If you have money, you can afford the best lawyer. You're gonna afford top-notch. You can hire the DNA, the mental health, the psychiatrist. You have a better defense, right? For me, it's more of a money issue.
Okay.
Right? That's what I experienced. That's what I saw. It's a money issue because if you have the money to defend yourself, it's better outcomes. It's straight, like your case can even get dismissed because now you're dealing with a lawyer, right? Who's gonna pluck in on all the holes, who's gonna look at the discovery and be like, wait, discovery is what the state files, right? With all the evidence that they have. Right, so now you're plucking. You have a good lawyer that's taking the time to see stuff. Oh, wait a minute, with the law, this and this and that, this, like that. One of the biggest mistakes that we make is we don't shut the fuck up. We talk too much, right? You have the right to remain silent, like in real life. Like,
yeah.
what happens is, this is what I explain to people. the more you talk, the harder it is for your lawyer to defend you.
That's true.
Right? You giving information to the state who's against you.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, the state attorney is the state's lawyer. They're protecting all the laws in the state of Florida.
Right.
So the more you talk, you giving all this information to the state. We trust the system too much.
That's true.
Right? It's like, I'd be like, what? They did what? I'm just like, I really care about this topic.
No, you're good. Yeah.
I don't like, to me, the system is a bully.
Yes.
And I don't be liking that shit. Excuse my language. Can I?
No, you're fine. Yeah.
My bad.
No, you good. You good.
The system is a bully,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you talking, you trust in the art. Like, just be quiet, like, all the way around. Even if I can't even like emphasize, I used to do depot summaries for a lawyer.
Yeah.
Okay. Depot summaries, for those of you that don't know, is like, a deposition is when you go and you speak and they type everything out, right? A depot summaries, you take 300 pages and you make it to like 20, right? Because the lawyer, when they're going to trial, I used to work for a lawyer who would go to trial, a litigator. You want litigators. You don't want plea lawyers.
You want that's a real attorney right there.
You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
and I want to just give a shout out. May he rise in power. J.C. Duguay. He was an amazing trial lawyer out of New York and Florida. We was like this. Like, we was doing, he passed away, but I mean, he was just he would beat cases like this. And he would laugh because he's like, lawyers don't read.
Yeah.
With all due respect to lawyers, criminal defense lawyers, a lot of them are not litigators. They're plea lawyers. They make friends with the state attorney. They have a quick conversation. Man, come on, give me this 2 years.
Got a deal. Yeah.
And they done took 7 G's from you.
Yep. Woo.
You feel me? Like, I done seen it. They having conversations in the hallway. Like, if you do that, I'll take you to lunch. You feel me?
And they cool too. They're cool. Like, yeah.
Cool.
Let me add this. One thing that I've learned going to court so much is that they are all friends. They are all buddy. But when they get in the courtroom, they're trying to cut each other's neck off. But outside the courtroom, they laugh and joke about it. Oh, you got me good there. I'm like, man, whose side are you guys on? It is a world to its own. And it's so unique just kind of hearing you kind of like share that with people, to let people know, like, yo, they come back here and they negotiate because one owed them a favor on a previous case. This goes back to what I'm saying. You put your freedom in the hands of people who are gambling and shooting craps on your life, on your freedom. And I think people don't really understand like what that looks like. It's I've seen some guys behind the scenes brag about how many, pleas they get. Like, I'm up 20 for the month, and like, it's a game. It's a game. And this is part of the problem, that needs to be fixed. They're playing with people's lives, really.
And this is the thing, right?
Jeez.
This one, and I'm gonna share this with people. Like, I was an outcast in the system. Okay, It would send me to the higher ups about 4 times a year. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, one of my supervisors used to call me offender friendly. One thing about me, we finna do the right thing. Okay, right. We're not gonna mistreat our people. I used to get into it with probation officers in the lobby because they had the audacity to disrespect people in the lobby. And I used to tell them, the only reason you disrespecting them is because you covered over here. But if you go to their house, you won't be doing that. Right. So it's like, there's a lot of ego. There's a lot of power. Right. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of condescending behaviors towards the community. Right. A lot of disrespect. And I encountered a lot of problems, but I became a problem. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm going to fight for the people. So one of my said, well, why are you so offender friendly? Why you care about them so much? What you mean? Why I care? This people.
Yeah,
right?
You're supposed to care. Yep.
So when we talk about, you was talking earlier about the people in the system, right? Yep. Okay. Let me share some stuff, right? Mm-hmm. When we talk about the people in the system are the problem.
Thank
And
you.
let me tell you something,
Thank
bro. I
you.
used to go in on some of these
Thank you.
people.
Yes.
Right? And what happened was I was kind of, I was young when I started. So,
Yeah.
I wasn't really taught, what's the word I'm looking for? I wasn't, like when you go into like corporate America, you come from kind of like,
Decorum.
right? Yeah, I wasn't having it.
Yeah.
I was ready to fight. I'm like, wait a minute. She done tried me. Right. Mind you, this another. And then there was a lady that was like, Monalisa, you're a probation officer now. Like, you can go to jail. I'm like, what you mean? She done disrespected me, right? So I had to learn, right?
Yes.
I had to learn. So one of the things is most people within the system, man, they finna follow that they so scary. They scary. They bend over to the system.
Yes, they do.
Bend over to the higher ups. They have no backbone.
That's true.
I'm talking about nothing. So here I come. You feel me? Cute and this big, like awesome other shit. Okay. Yeah. I used to fight for my people, man. Till this day, I probably got like few years later. I mean, people be hitting my voice. You used to be my probation officer. I'm like, damn, for real. Like, okay. Like you were so. I'm gonna share a story with you because I believe in doing the right thing, right? I remember one, I'll never forget this case. And I have a few, but this one in particular, when we talk about doing the right thing under any circumstances, and that's I stand firm on that. I remember there was a lady that was assigned to me, and she had to complete a drug evaluation, a substance abuse evaluation within 72 hours, right? Mm-hmm. When she came in, I'm looking at her orders. I'm like, okay, you have to do this. But she goes and explains to me, ma'am, my mom is dying in Georgia. My mom is in hospice, and I need to travel to see my mom. So I'm like, okay. So I go to my supervisor. I'm like, look, this is the situation. This is what's going on. This lady's mom is dying. Because one thing about me, I'm very thorough. Like, okay, give me the information of where she's at. Let me get the documentation, right? I'm calling hospice. Before I go to my supervisor at the time, I present a case.
Right.
Right. So supervisor says, we ain't got nothing to do with that. She can't go to Georgia. She has to do a drug evaluation within 72 hours. I'm like, wait a minute, her mama is dying. Here's the proof. Like, I just spoke to hospice. Like, well, we ain't got nothing to do with that. The terms and conditions of probation, this is what it says. Bro, I was so mad. I said, wait a minute. I cannot be part of someone dying, and this daughter can't go see her mama. So this is what I did. They were like, no, she can't travel. I went out to the lobby and I told this lady, listen here. You take your ass to Georgia. Straight up. Just take your ass to Georgia and come right back. If you make it back, you good. You feel me? If you get caught, don't even worry about it. Because at this point, I'm finna stand up for truth, right?
Correct. Yep.
Like, we not playing these games because I believe in karma. I believe in I just believe in we can't have that much power over people, man. Like, and let me tell you something. She went to Georgia, Nathan. She saw her mama, and her mama died like 10 minutes after she left hospice. I was willing to lose my job for that because I believe that with that decision that I made to have faith that she was going to go up there, see her mama, and come right back, I believe that is the reason why I had an opportunity to take care of my mom while she was dying. See what I'm trying to say? Like, we do not have that type of power over people, bro. I don't care what type of job you got.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying? So I was just one of those. Everybody else, they tell us, oh, you can't work over 40 hours. Bitch, I ain't working over 40 hours. Everybody going, no, we're going to lose our job. The people, in my opinion, are the problem. Because if the people within the system kind of got together, we will kind of run that shit. And that's just how I feel about it.
So this is why I'm so happy that you came on to have this conversation. I think people on the outside, they see that there's an issue, right? I forgot how they say it in medical terms. They see the illness, right? Or do they see the symptom, but they don't know the actual root cause or the illness, right? They don't know the illness, but they see the symptoms. So you see the symptoms, but then you're talking to two surgeons right here. And we're telling you, hey, when we cut this thing open and looked inside, what you think is causing the problems is not actually what's causing the problem. It's not to say that what you're saying doesn't have some validity to it. What we're saying is this right here. And when you truly understand the problem, what happens? You know how to combat it. That's why I said in the beginning, the criminal justice system lacks civilian oversight. The
Yes.
police department lacks oversight. It's too much power. Too many individual people have way too much power and influence. And that's all throughout the system to where you could, Michi said, people, they're discussing your freedom over lunch.
Correct.
You know, it's a game. What I say, do not buy a ticket into this game. Don't buy the ticket. I had an instructor used to tell us, and Dre will tell you this. He would always say, if they buy the ticket, give them the whole ride, and nothing but the ride. So help you God. If people put themselves in the system, you are at the system's mercy. And it's not a good feeling. Those who are there willingly, those who were there by accident, and those who were there based on some type of corruption. When you're in it, it doesn't feel good. I talk to people all the time who are fighting for their freedom. It's not a good feeling. Some made honest mistakes and some purposely put themselves there and like, hey, look, I'm wrong. I did hit the old lady over the head with the pistol. But damn, 30 years? You'd have thought I shot the lady. And it's like, I get it. I get it. And so that leads me into the next segment of this. Let me get this last super chat real quick. Nat's back at it again. This is the right one. I think this is the one. He said, he's correcting me. He said, I've been watching you for a while. I have many questions. I want to come up and talk with you. I want to discuss facts over feelings and the Jay Prince interview. I'm retired Army, worked for SDPD. Oh, that's what's up. Thank you for your service, brother. And yeah, email me. Shoot me an email. Let me know what day is good for you since you're in Colombia. And let's set something up so we can have the conversation, man. I would love to have the conversation. Thank you for the super chat and the super chats prior. I'm open to the dialogue. I think it's necessary. And everybody knows on this channel, you guys, this is not an echo chamber. So if you disagree with something, I always encourage people to speak up. I don't have all the answers, but I have some pretty damn good ones. So if you think your answer is better than mine, I welcome the challenge. So just hit me up, man, and let me know what day is good for you, and we can definitely set it up. So let's transition. Let's transition to so the data. Let's talk about some of the data real quick because there has been a big discussion about Black men incarcerated. And when you hear a lot of activists talk about it, it's not to say that a lot of Black people are not in the system, right? Or not incarcerated. We know there's a lot.
Yes.
This country incarcerates more people than anybody else in the world.
Correct.
People like to compare the United States with other countries. Oh, we incarcerate too much. We do this. You can't compare other countries until you compare culture. American culture is horrible, right? I mean, it's the whole concept of this country's culture is rooted on greed, wickedness, and high places. I mean, like you name it. There's a lot of problems. On the surface, and how they market the United States is a beautiful thing, right? They market it this way, but The reality is there's a lot of things that are wrong. We are a first world country with third world problems, right? Some of our biggest or smallest cities, rival crime, the crime rate like in Atlanta or DC or Chicago rivals an entire country in some places. One city, one of our cities can outdo crime in an entire country. There's a problem with the culture in this country. And so, that's a deeper dive for another day, but just kind of bringing it to this part of the conversation. People within our community, we like to highlight that Black men are disproportionately being incarcerated. Um, that is true, right? That's true. When we look at the numbers, um, according to a Pew Research study, they found that at the end of 2017, the federal and state prison in the United States held about 475,000 inmates who were Black. 475,000 people were Black. We're talking state and federal prison. Now, that's half. We can just say 500,000. In 2017, 500,000 Black people were arrested. I mean, in prison, incarcerated. 500,000. Okay, that number's high. Black men make up 50% of the prisons. Now, people will argue and say that there is a racial component. And it's anything in this country is going to always have a racist component, right? Let's just all be honest and let's square that circle right now. Everything is going to have a racial component. But there are things that do not. And I often feel like people don't want to talk about the other part, the part that we are responsible for, right? When you look at that data and you say, damn, 500,000 Black men or Black people, right? Majority of Black men. When we look at that number, it seems overwhelming. There are approximately 45 million Black people in this country. We represent 13% of the population. If you look at about 44 or 45 million people, 6.5%, or I think 6.2% are Black men. So if we know 90% of Black men make up the prison, that's 6% of the US population. So this is just the numbers. 6%. You're talking 500,000 were incarcerated in 2017. That's a lot. That's a lot. So if we know that there's 44 million, give or take, there's 22 million Black men, you're equating 500,000 are in prison. You're looking at 0.0. But then you look at this picture. You look at the amount of crime. You look at the behavior. You look at the repeat offenders within the criminal justice system. We're talking from juveniles to adults, Black men, and the things that are going on with Black men. Someone in the comment section brought up the case involving the ex-football player whose ex-girlfriend set him up, and these three guys showed up with guns at his house, and he shot and killed one. Now, right, how easy it is for Black men to end up in prison by the scores based on actions and behaviors. When we look at these numbers and we don't correlate them with other variables such as crime, such as behavior, recidivism, then the number seems like this overwhelming something's wrong, right? We look at it and we're like, something's wrong. There's too many of us in prison, too many of us incarcerated. But then we don't look at, again, we're focusing on the surface. We're focusing on the actual symptoms, but then we're never looking at the illness. So, based on your experience in Florida, you had an opportunity to see of course, black men going in and out like a revolving door. What is, let's talk about the symptom, right? Not what we see, the symptom, and then the illness. What is causing this revolving door when it comes to crime, being incarcerated, going through the courts? What are you seeing is that kind of underlining thing that people aren't really talking about? What's causing this?
Okay, so when I started my career in criminal justice, I went in as, like, how it was, like, it'll say Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. I
Mhm.
focused on the rehabilitation. That's why I applied.
Okay.
Um, I was raised in a home where my mom was like a servant, right? She would pick up homeless people.
Mm.
Like, it was really, so I have that in me, right? But what really shocked me was, because I was naive. I was young. I was naive. I didn't really know. I just wanted to help.
Right.
But when I sat in a courtroom every day, I'm like, what? Like, all I see is like black men,
Mm.
right? And this was kind of like, what? I don't get it. Like, where are the Asian people? Where the white people at? Where everybody else at? So I started to just kind of educate myself, on certain things and why this is happening. But just to dig in deeper, and let's get into the conversation of symptoms of illnesses. Uh, as a community advocate
Hmm.
was where I see the issue,
Okay.
right? And I'll start with, like, the juveniles, right? Because, one thing, I had to pick at you was how you be like, oh, the juveniles, right? I'm like, wait a minute, Nathan, right? I'm in my living room like, what the hell did he just say? Right? Remember? So when I met you, I'm like, I got to talk to him about that. I believe it's, and I'll take it, like, I'm not going to go too deep because, I grow
Okay.
my own food. I do a lot of stuff, right? So, how
Okay.
we talk about the school to prison pipeline,
Okay.
right? I kind of call it the food to prison pipeline,
Oh, that's right. That's
right?
right. Yeah. Touch on that. Touch on that.
Okay.
Educate the people on that real quick. So I like that.
Okay. So we got to start thinking about, like, the type of food that we eat,
Hmm.
right? The processed foods, laboratory made foods, right?
Mm.
Your brain functions with macronutrients and micronutrients, right? Your vitamins, your minerals. This all you need to have nutrients in order for your brain to function properly, right? It's like, I always describe it as a plant, right? Like, dirt and soil are two different things. So right now, most of our brain is dirt. No nutrients, no proper care, no nurturing, no love. When you talk about soil, for your food to grow, because it's alive, you have nutrients, you have the sun, you have the water, right? That's how you get, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's how you get these healthy plants. You feel me? So it's the same thing with us. We are part of the ecosystem, right? We're vessels here that are supposed to be taking care of the earth. And we also have the same elements as the trees and the grass, right? Fire, air, wind, like, they give the trees give you the oxygen, right? And you give them the carbon. So we're too disconnected from nature. So now the mom, when the baby's in the belly, there's no proper nutrition, whether it be food insecurity, we can't afford it, whatever the case. Now, everything is systematic, right? But our lack of education, our lack of unity, our lack of collaboration, our lack of love for one another, our lack of finance, like, there's just so much lack, right?
Yeah.
I think we can all agree on that, right? There's a lot of lack. So now you're dealing with children that are not being fed properly,
Mm.
You know, they at the corner store, they chilling, they're eating all type of Cheetos, everything in the morning, all the sugar rush, right, which is not good for your brain. Now they go into the school system, they hyper, they can't sit. So now you're dealing with behavioral issues, quote unquote.
Correct.
Now what they doing, they dropping in the labels. ADHD, ADD. You move too much, you need medication. You're like, what? How about an apple and some healthy shit? I'm just saying.
Right.
So now medications which damage a lot of our children's brain function, right? We don't think about any of that. You have parents out here that are collecting checks and add more checks with, you know, put them on more medication, put them on more, because they don't want to deal with their own children. So now you're dealing with all these children growing up, dysfunctional adults. Right, and particularly our black boys, because I advocate for black boys in particular.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see it. I just don't see a chance. Like it just sometimes I get hopeless because we're dealing with lack of everything, and there's not a village to raise strong men, logical men, critical thinking men, men who can provide, men who can support. So most men that I've met, most young men that I've met inside the system, they want to take care of their family. They want to take care of their mom. They want to help their mom.
That's true. Right? That's true.
So when I sit and I listen to them, they're in like severe drug infested homes, right? Like everybody on drugs, there's just no chance. Abuse, sexual abuse, hygiene, hunger, right? So we have the youth that are dealing with adult issues. So when I sit and talk to these boys, it's heartbreaking, it's devastating. It's like, how did they even make it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And we want to blame the kids. Oh, they're bad kids and they're this kids and we can't deal with them. A lot of adults are afraid of our youth. Yeah. They can't communicate with them.
Yep.
Oh, they don't like them. Right? So you have all these programs, all these facilities, all these resources that don't like the youth that they're serving.
That's true.
Right? I know so many men that never heard "I love you" from their mama. Can you imagine?
Where the fathers at?
Child.
Where the fathers?
I mean, dead, prison, not interested, too much drama, baby mama drama, don't want to be a father, don't want to take care of it. Like it's a combination of a lot of things. In my opinion, what happened? In my opinion, we need fathers. We need a village of men to help raise these boys. It's so many levels to it.
A lot of layers. Yeah.
It's a lot of layers. And also what I've realized, a lot of our boys are hands-on. They want to learn shit. They want to break shit. They want to, you know what I'm saying? They want to learn how to build. They want to, you know what I mean? They want to try to hit, right? But we got them sitting in a classroom for 8 hours.
Facts.
So we are not nurturing our children. We are not providing the tools that they need in order to succeed. We are raising our children, not everyone, right? I don't think I need to say that, right?
No.
We are raising our children based on our trauma, right? I see that a lot. The parents have trauma and they're raising their children based on the trauma. Oh, I didn't have this, I didn't have that, so my child has to have everything. So now we're raising entitled children who don't have any coping skills, who are not critical thinkers, and who do not know how to make decisions. So we have a real situation going on. We are in a state of emergency when it comes to our youth. Like we are in a state of emergency. And for me, the conclusion is the adults are the problem.
Okay.
Right? The adults are the problem. From the teachers to the parents to the elected officials to the adults are the problem.
I agree with that.
And I'll say, and this is why I'm saying it. My community partner and I have attempted to collaborate. We have attempted to go into some of these facilities and buildings and I used to teach at alternative schools. I'm talking about, I don't even want to start with that. The nightmare.
Yeah.
The nightmare. And one thing is, I don't care if you own the school. I'm coming and I'm going to confront you on your issues. And that's what I did. Most adults, if it's alternative school, charter school, nonprofit organization, the school system, because the school system, the school board, that is a board, right? Almost runs like a nonprofit.
Yep.
When you went, right? So now our children are used as pawns
for them to make money. Yep.
All right. So I've learned so much about how everything is connected, right? So the school system, your alternative schools. So let's say if you have an alternative school, because when I taught at an alternative schools, one of the things that I wanted to do was bring in one of my vegan chefs. One of my homegirls, she's a vegan chef. We really believe in healthy eating. I'm not a vegan.
All right.
I can't do it. I eat healthy. I was a vegetarian for 5-6 years. It's good for the brain. Like you function.
It is good for your body. Yeah.
Yeah. But I can't give up the cheese or the yogurt. I just can't do it. Especially that yogurt is so good.
Yeah.
So when I'm talking to the owner of the school, I'm like, listen, like we need to kind of change the type of food that's being. Oh well, if I change it, we have a contract with the state, and I'll lose funding.
Right.
And they don't even. Okay, it gets so deep. They don't even want to share their students because I'm like, look. Some of these children, we could take them to a brother over here in Miami Gardens who mentors. Everybody's afraid to lose their money, and their money is every child.
Yeah, because it's leverage. Yeah, it's leverage. More bodies you have, the more leverage you have. Getting those. The corruption runs deep. The corruption runs so deep, and unless you're in a position of service, like on this level, you're not going to see it. And if you don't see it, you don't know it needs to be fixed. But ultimately, who gets robbed are the kids. I want to get your thoughts on the school to prison pipeline. Can you, for those who don't know what it is, or understand it, can you briefly just kind of give us what it is, so we have a better understanding? And I'm gonna pull this clip up for us to look at.
Okay. So the school to prison pipeline starts, when our children are young, right? So I'll just say, I guess middle school, maybe even, no, not middle school, elementary school.
Elementary, yeah.
Right. You got, elementary. So your child is misbehaving. So, and I experienced this particularly in an alternative school. Every time they misbehave, they write what's like a disciplinary report, or they send them to detention and stuff of that nature. So when all these reports are written up, it's in a file. They put it in there in the youth or the child's school file. So what ends up happening is all this accumulates, right? So it's like, okay, you have a disciplinary report. Okay, you have a this or that. So let's say we have, I don't know, I'll call him Johnny. Johnny gets in trouble almost every day. They don't want to find a solution for Johnny. They may send him to the counselor or the therapist at the school who don't like him, right? Who's going to add another, well, he's misbehaving, or, he's uncontrollable. You can't. So all these things end up going into this child's file. Once the school can no longer deal with the child, they get frustrated, they're going to call the police.
Right.
So I'm not sure, they may send him to the juvenile facility depending on what he did or she did. They'll, send him to the juvenile facility. Boom, that's another notch, another slap. Kid gets a little older, gets thrown out of school, goes to another school. Right? All this stuff is being kept as a record. So the probability of this particular child getting in trouble is high, because there's just, it's higher. There's no discipline. No one really wants to help. Nobody sees him. Nobody values him. Right? Nobody nurtures him. We don't see any value in our children.
That's I always thought it was interesting. Good question again for Nat or Nate. I guess it's Nate. He says, question, how many children 15 and younger have you handcuffed and arrested? I don't know how many, but it's been a lot. I've arrested a lot of kids. I've arrested a lot of juveniles. I was a part of what we call a burglary task force. I was really good at catching burglars, investigating them and things like that. So they put me in a task force. I arrested so many kids. And these are kids who were robbing. They were burglarizing, kicking in doors. They were stealing cars. You don't know it until it's not one of those things where I go hunting for kids. You're looking for criminals who were reported committing a crime, and after you catch them, you find out they're children, they're juveniles. So I don't want you to get it twisted, or anybody get twisted. No one's out here hunting children. These children are out here hunting civilians and innocent bystanders. I've arrested juveniles for armed robbery, bank robbery, sexual assault. Had one juvenile who was raping women from the ages of 18 to 40. You know, there is dysfunction amongst juveniles. These kids commit murder too. A lot of them. You know, don't be fooled by the age at all. Age ain't nothing but a number. So I hear what people are saying. Okay, well, they're kids, so forth and so on. Okay, they're dangerous. There are some kids out here who are extremely dangerous. And we can talk about how they got here. I'm telling you what they do when they are here. You know, after we lock them up, then you guys can figure out on how to fix them. But the truth be told, they out here and they cause havoc and chaos. That's a fact. You know, I had one kid who was robbing people in his neighborhood with a pellet gun. And what he did was he painted the orange tip black with nail polish. And he was out here sticking people up. You know, I've worked cases where they've been shot in people's homes, breaking into homes, shot, trying to run away. And I show up and I'm picking up a 15-year-old body off the grass. We can talk about them being kids all day long. Again, we can focus on the symptoms, or we can talk about the illness. What's the cause? What's the root cause of this? And Monalisa talked about it. You know, what's going on in these homes?
Yes.
You know, I go and talk to these parents. They have 5 to 6 kids, all different fathers. I never see the dads. Ever. Every child that I remember arresting, I never saw the father. So my thing is, and this goes perfectly into this clip that I want to play, and then I'm gonna get to the super chats. But every child I put handcuffs on, the fathers weren't present. Majority of the young adult males I put handcuffs on, the fathers weren't present. I think the real question is not whether or not I put handcuffs on kids. You need to be asking me, how did I treat these kids when I put handcuffs on them? I treated them with respect. I spoke life into them. I prayed for them. And I encouraged them to do better next time. I told them that this crime does not define them or define their future. That's what the conversation needs to be. That's what your question needs to be. How did I treat them? They got to be cuffed. They got to go somewhere. You can't just because you're 15 and you kill a person doesn't mean you get to walk home and do cartwheels. You got to be held accountable. Now we could talk about what that accountability should look like. And to what you're saying earlier with the school to prison pipeline, some people have issues with that. I know schools where if they weren't police, there's no education going on in that school. The question is, how do we deal with kids in schools that don't go to school to learn? What do you do about those kids? What do you do with the kids who are bringing guns to school, selling drugs, fighting the teachers? We had one female student broke a teacher's leg. Should that student not go to jail because we're concerned about the school to prison pipeline? Go ahead. I say, if you don't listen, there's a phrase we say, if you don't raise them, we'll cage them. That's the reality.
All right.
Go ahead. I know how you feel about the kids. Go ahead.
I have a deep.
No, push back. You good. You good.
The community has to get involved and create spaces for our youth. We have to remove them from their environment.
Okay.
A lot of our children don't leave their radius, right? They're not exposed to anything. They don't understand that there's actually other options, right? We always talk about, oh, okay, you just mentioned, yeah, I talk to them. Mm-hmm. Children don't learn by you talking to them. Children learn by what they see, right? Okay. So I tell parents all the time, okay, so I have a friend, right? He's a father, he's a single dad. So I'm like, your son is not going to do what you say. He's going to do what you do. Right? Mm. So it's that deep because children mimic what you do. One of my homegirls owns a school down here. And she's like, children bring their parents to school every day. I'm like, what do you mean by that? She's like, their mannerisms, their behavior, if they're organized, if they're dirty, if they're this, you can tell by their lunch boxes, you can tell by their book bags, you can tell by their, children bring their parents. I was like, damn, that's some deep shit, right? It's that deep. So teachers know what type of parent you are, right? By the way, she'll give me examples look, you see these two little boys right here, when they come into when they're getting ready to leave, I could tell that their parents tell them to pick everything up because they pick everything up, put it in their book bag, put it away. Then I could tell the students who they don't tell them nothing because they're all over the place. They're, you got to run after them and stuff of that nature. So it's very deep. Adults need to understand that the way to the children is through what you do, leading by example, right? Listening to them. Showing love in a real genuine way. Mm-hmm. And sometimes talking to them too nice, they don't understand that because that's not what they're used to. Sometimes you got to be rough and be like, listen here, I'm finna fuck you up straight up because that's what they understand. Then once they begin to trust you, you can kind of change that and step back and now show more love. So it's a way of handling these kids. And one thing I want to say is based on all the experiences that we've been through, trying to collaborate, trying to get the kids, trying to do this, trying to do that. Our solution was even with elected officials, in order to do anything in the city to keep the kids away from the street, it's a situation. Oh, we need a permit for this. We need a permit for that. We got to pay this. We got to do this. Man, bump all that.
Just get it done.
Just get it done. So all that red tape was a situation and a problem. So what me and my community partner chose to do, because nothing in these systems is done with love. Nothing.
It's done with money. It's about the money.
Nothing in what our children, our youth, our people, what we need is love. Love. I can't stress that enough. Love. Kind. Be kind.
Yeah.
Be fucking kind, bro. Yeah. Be kind. Right? Say great rising, say good morning, just be kind. So what we chose to do before, straight up, because there was some situations, there was some betrayals, there was a lot of stuff that, because I was shocked. I learned a lot because I thought people really cared. You see what I'm saying? So I really thought people cared, man. I really thought people cared, and that's a lie. So before I catch a charge, I went ahead and me and my community partner, we went and we got 5 acres. And we're working on creating a retreat space for the inner city youth. You feel me? Why? So we could serve them with love. Our children need home cooked meals, bro. Ain't nobody cooking. What is better than a home cooked meal? And let me tell you how I learned that as well. Like, of course, my mother always made home cooked meals, but when I mentor the incarcerated youth, I created the fine dining event where the community came in. We hired the vegan chef, we hired the sweets person, and we literally created an ambiance because our children deserve better. Our children need to be valued. We did the whole beautiful stuff. I mean, the community knows, like, I take pictures and then we bring in the community and we talk to the youth, but they listen. Why? Because everything is catered. They feel important. There's a lot of love in what they're eating. The food is really good, right? So we show them a lot of love, attention. Some boys will be like, can you sit down and have lunch with me? Right. I'm like, okay, they need attention. Can you look at me? Like, you can't even get distracted because they're like, can you look at me when I'm talking? You know, can you look at me? So it's about understanding our youth. So in order for us to really nurture without all the red tape, we have to own the ground and we have to create what we want to see.
Yes.
Because a lot of our adults are traumatized. They love trauma bonds. It just be too much.
It's a lot. It
could be too much. So being solution oriented and understanding that I'm a caretaker of the earth, our children are part of that.
Yep.
So that's what we chose to do. It's been a couple years in the making. We're still working at it, but we're almost there. And we want the youth to come to the land in small groups and just be surrounded by men, right? Who can instill, who can teach them, who can love, who can show them, you know, how to grill chicken, season some stuff. You know what I'm saying? Learn how to barbecue, learn how to cook, you know, the basics. In other words, back to the basics, right? Financial literacy, chess, hunting, farming, gardening, growing your own food. Like, we got to get back to that. So our boys, when they grow up, they're able to provide for themselves, for their wives, and for their family. And that's what we're lacking. We're lacking the family structure. And that's why the system is taking our people.
Yep. Family is key. Family is key. Family structure. Family. It just, yeah. So Great Rising Farm will be coming soon. And you know, Nathan, I invited you to the land. You know I'm showing up.
Because when I tell you, it has helped me. Yeah. It has helped my community partner. My community partner was in the system. You know what I mean? So you're dealing with someone who was in the system, who has a story that is just out of this world, right? It has helped him. When the air smells different, you hear nature. Like, our children need to be removed from the chaos.
It's a lot of chaos. And a lot of that chaos is coming from in the home, the environment that they're in, social media. It's a lot of, we do need to get back to the basics. I would say that's one of the most important things. Let me, before we go into, let me just, another shout out to you. I'm put your information up here for you guys to go and check out.
Thank you.
Those who are just joining us, please go and check out our amazing guest tonight. She is sharing a lot of wisdom, a lot of insight. Monalisa Weber. This is her contact information on IG, her YouTube channel, Community Works 954. Please go and
954, baby. 954.
954. So
954 and the 305. We can't forget Miami.
Shout out to Miami, crazy Floridians. And their madness down in Florida, boy. Florida is off the chain. It's off the chain.
It's out of control.
A lot of stuff going on in Florida. So you guys, please, if you're just joining in, we're having a great conversation. We're kind of diving into a lot of behind the scenes within the correctional system. And then our community as it relates to being in the system. And then we're diving back into behaviors juvenile behaviors, what's causing a lot of these things. We're just talking about this school to prison pipeline, which is always a big discussion that a lot of people like to talk about. What I do? Oh, okay. A lot of people like to talk about that, and uh, one of the gentlemen asked a question about my involvement in arresting juveniles, and I have gone into schools. I have put handcuffs on kids, along with our school resource officers. And I know we're talking about image and how that thing looks, and sometimes you're dealing with dangerous people. You don't have a time to come up with a nice, pretty plan to get them out. Sometimes you're responding to things that are violent. Sometimes you're responding to things that are you don't have time to do anything fancy, and you have to go in and get. One thing I will say before I move on to these super chats is that one thing that's missing, that's a part of my reform package, is that there needs to be counselors that intervene after a police encounter. I think the therapy behind that, having the questions, answering questions, a representative from law enforcement being able to sit down and talk to people who witnessed maybe an arrest or maybe a violent police encounter. Those who witnessed that, they need someone to talk to, explain, hey, this is what happened, this is what's going on. I think all too often these things happen, and you're left with a bunch of questions. And that doesn't help. That doesn't help um, the psychology, but the psychosis behind that encounter. People take that information and they interpret it the way they want, and sometimes it leads to an unhealthy interpretation. So I think that there always needs to be a follow up with a counselor when it comes to arrest, whether it's in a home or whether it's in a school or whether it's in public. I think that's something that we don't do enough of. So let me get into these super chats. Shout out to the common sense experts. He said, thoughts on the Travis Rudolph case? Details, please. Yeah, I'm actually going to do a stream on that because I'm trying to put together multiple cases to give it a more well-rounded perspective. It's a lot to dive into that case, but ultimately, you had this is what happens when you have someone who doesn't do their job properly, and someone is charged improperly. This is like how I looked at the Trayvon Martin situation, and how that case was handled. So when you don't have, again, you don't have an outlet, right? You're a victim or you're a suspect, and you believe you're being mistreated, or you believe that your case is not being handled properly. People should have an advocate through the police department where they can express their concerns with, and it be taken seriously. A lot of people are railroaded, and there's a lot of people who we know in prison. There are a lot of people in prison who are not guilty. Um, they are guilty of circumstances, but they are not guilty, meaning that they are innocent. They did not commit the crime. We know this to be true. And so, yeah, if that's the case, you'll never get rid of that 100%, but it needs to be reduced significantly. We have organizations like the Innocence Project, who does a good job of challenging a lot of improper, I guess you say, the improper procedures, illegal procedures, or you have officers or prosecutors who are tampering with the case, and or those who've been paid off to do, like, just corruption in general, and they pointed out, so it's good to have organizations like that, but we need more of that. One organization can't do it by themselves. The people have to really intervene, like Monalisa was saying. We have to intervene and really defend people, right? So it is a system. You need people who are outside the system to defend it. Shout out to Russell's Lane. Yeah, they don't like to push my content. She says, no notifications again. I'm late. Glad you're on. It's just not the same when you aren't live. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I try. There's so much to talk about. So much to talk about. But I love when I get a chance to bring guests on so you guys can hear their thoughts and their perspective as it relates to these things within the criminal justice system. So thank you so much. Let me ask you this, Monalisa, real quick before I go to the next super chat. People don't get a chance to talk about the impact of when someone in a position of power, right? Like we were in a position of power and influence, how much responsibility they have to, and what you spoke about earlier, what you were essentially talking about is when you're like having love for the people they're serving, it's like having that integrity. A lot of people don't have that. So is there really a way to root those people out, in your opinion? You know, like
Yes.
how would
Yes.
you go about it?
Okay.
Feel like you had already had the answer.
It's not even that. It's because I'm trying to really. I gotta let the listeners know, like this is real. Okay,
It's
so
real, yeah. Well, they know
right,
it's real. They don't know in what ways though, right? They know, right. So go ahead.
right. So, because when I entered the system, I thought just like everybody, there's no way. Like this is not. There's no way. Like
Right.
there's no way. Like we're stuck. We're done. No, that's not the case. I'll give you an example, and this is when I learned the power of the pen.
Okay.
Right. So I remember, I'll never forget this. I remember I'm in the office, we chilling, we vibing, you know what I mean? Like we getting it in, everybody just hanging out, whatever. And I remember the higher ups like going frenzy. Like, you know, there was a complaint. And they sent it to Tallahassee. And I'm like, okay, like so what? Like that moment, somebody had the guts. Somebody on probation had the guts to write a grievance on a probation officer and CC'd everybody from the bottom all the way to Tallahassee. Right? When I tell you everybody in that building, the supervisors and the circuit administrator were running around like crazy. Like what what do we do? Because they never want the higher ups to know anything. Remember, the system is based on looking good.
Yes.
Want to look good.
Yep.
Right? And in the midst of wanting to look good, they want to like get, brush stuff off, resolve the issue, get things. Oh my, we gotta settle this right now.
Right.
Bruh, I swear to God, that was the first day. I was like, oh, so is that easy to rattle y'all?
Yeah.
Hold up. Wait a minute. And that's how it started. I didn't know. So I'm in there and I'm like, oh, so I'm talking about they running around and it was a real situation. And I was like, wait a minute. So what you're telling me is that if the people get together and file complaints, like we can shake some shit.
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've guided people in real life to get it done. Yep. I've guided people to the point where there was one young lady, I got so many stories, but I don't want to take up too much time, but I'm just saying I got so many. I'll tell you this one. This young lady served prison time, right? And it was in the midst of, like the mortgage fraud and all that other stuff. So her special conditions on restitution was she was supposed to pay $6,000 a month.
Jeez.
Right. So she did prison time and one of her $6,000 a month. We all know she could not afford the $6,000 a month. And this was kind of like when I first started like probation station back 2014, 2015. So her father gave her my information and she told me what was going on. And what would happen to this young lady, every time she reported, the probation officer was threatening to violate her. So she would get panic attacks and would end up like in the hospital. Right? So her father was like, look, Monalisa, blah, blah. So I had a conversation with her and I was like, what's going on? She gave me the whole everything I was going. I said, look, this is what you need to do. Next time you go, you call your probation officer. You request a meeting. You bring your husband, your mama, your sister, your dad. You bring everybody into the office.
Yeah.
You tell your husband to tell the probation officer that he is documenting this meeting. And you let them know what's happening to you when you leave the probation office with your panic attacks, you can't sleep, all this other stuff. And you let them know that if something happens, you let your husband know, tell them, if something happens to my wife,
suing that ass.
Let me tell you.
Yep.
By the time I wasn't even there. I just kind of let them know what they need to do.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
By the time they were done, the probation officer was like, "Don't worry about it. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna see because it's obvious you can't afford the $6,000. Duh, the $6,000 a month, mind you." And I knew this probation officer. He was a hard ass, and I was just so excited. I'm like, "Yeah, go get his ass." So because of the power,
Yeah.
they play on our fear. They
Yep.
play on our lack of knowledge.
Ignorance. Yep.
Right. So it's like
Yep.
it's an illusion of power.
Yes, it is.
You see what I'm saying? It's an illusion
Yes.
of power. So all I want to do is teach the people that they got the power.
Correct. Yep. Yep.
Right? Because everybody's afraid to lose their job.
Yep.
Everybody running around like they scared. Oh, I got the. Man, fuck all that shit. What? Listen, man. We finna bring in the whole squad. And listen, I got people. I gotta give a shout out to my cousin because he here from New York.
All
And
right.
I got people in Broward County on here, and they know how I move. I was like, I need Broward County on this live stream so people know they see me do it.
It's true though. You know, I tell people all the time that that's one of the biggest misconceptions. The people have the power, but no one's going to. Again, you. The only power that people have is the power that you give them, and we have given all of our power away. Not some. We've given way too much power away. You know, and that's just the reality of this situation. And to be honest, in order to fix it, you have to reclaim that, and you have to impart your will on the people that need to change, because you vote them in, you vote somebody in who's the boss of the person you have an issue with. And if you collectively come together properly, you can get things done. You can apps. I've seen it happen. Again, it's about using the proper tools to fight this problem. It's the same way everybody else does it. We just sometimes we a little late to the game. Shout out to Common Man. Yeah, so this is going back to the comment about how many kids I've arrested in school, juveniles in general. A lot. I've arrested a lot, and none of them had fathers. You know what's funny? I'll tell you a quick story as I go to this next one. Shout out to you, Common Man, for this. There, I had a database of kids that I had to arrest, those I had to identify, who were truants. They were committing some crime. It could be misdemeanor, felony, but then I had to ID them because they're juveniles. They don't have IDs. So one day, my nephew was here. Me and him were spending some time together, and I was trying to give him some life lessons. He was helping me clean up, straighten some stuff up, and I came across an old album that I kept with some of the photos for my cases. And I was like, man, look at these kids. These kids were 15, 16 years old. Um, and I was wondering, I was curious, where are they now? Right. So me and my nephew were having a conversation about the importance of one, making good choices and things of that nature. We're just having a very deep conversation. And I was telling him cases that I was involved in, and some of these kids who were his age and younger, who were in gangs. Right. I would go into school with the SRO and get gang members who just committed crimes and then sneak back in school. Um, I would get, of course, burglary offenders as well. So it's unfortunately these kids go to school. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I had kids who would skip lunch to go and break into houses and then come back before it was time for them to go back into class. I mean, you guys, you name it, right? I've seen it all. So this situation, me and my nephew sat down and I looked up online and looked up some of these kids, see where they are now. Here we are 15 years later. Where are they? I arrested you at 15. Here we are 15 years later. You're in your 20s, young adults. Where are you now? And 90% of those kids that I arrested are in prison today. And they're in prison for, majority of them were in there for aggravated assault and homicide. Had one was in there for sexual assault. But the majority in there, some of the burglary ones I used to lock up, they're in there for home invasions. Eventually, you're going to hit the house where somebody's inside. One of those cases, they went upstairs, pulled a little girl out of the shower and threw her down to the ground. These are cases involving kids that I arrested as juveniles. So, when we start talking about that, like, these are real stories. These are real victims. These people, these young kids, they become adults. Some change their ways and some do not. Um, Great question from Daughter of Yah. She's a member of the channel. Says, are we specifically talking of Black children or children across the board? I would say specifically Black children. That's the majority of the time I spent in policing. But this is not unique just to Black kids. This is unique to all children. Children who come from dysfunctional homes, all children who are in homes that are impoverished homes, all children that are in very toxic communities. I've policed white communities that were low income areas, and their kids were exhibiting the same problems, same behaviors. Fathers are absent, drug abuse, same problems. This isn't something that's unique just to Black children. This is something that's unique to everybody. And so that's a good question. I want to play. Let me drop this in here real quick before I get those. Common Man 80 says wrong answer. The community shouldn't be the ones who raise the child. It's the parents who should raise a child. Point blank. Period. I would have to slightly disagree. Yes, not taking anything away from the parents at all, but at the same time, there is a community responsibility. It doesn't necessarily have to be raising kids, but we do have a responsibility to children. As a community, we're responsible for ensuring the environment is appropriate and conducive for children to actually grow and thrive in as a community, as a collective.
Yes.
What's the best way to do that? Make sure your house is in order. If each one of us make sure our home is in order, that is a step forward in the right direction as a community. As a community, what does it mean for us to respect one another as a community? If I see Monalisa walking down the street, I say hello, I greet her. If she's carrying heavy items, as a community, I come to, hey, do you need any help with anything? As a community, there's ways that we interact. There's social behaviors that are conducive for us to be able to live amongst each other and respect one another. Community behavior is us, what would you say, patronizing each other's businesses, right? Us as a community means that we can use constructive criticism for kids that are out doing things they got no business doing. I should be able to drive by, see a group of kids who are acting silly and be like, hey, you guys need to cut it out, right? That's us as a community being involved and being right now. It's not like that. Right now, as a man, I can't go out here and tell these young boys nothing, right? Not unless I'm looking for confrontation. As women, I know women have a hard time talking to a lot of these sisters out here, these young girls out here, and telling them help. One the other day was telling them not to go outside in bonnets and pajamas to the doctor's or the dentist's office, and they were dragging her, disrespecting her. It's a problem when we can't check our own. We can't check our own people. We can't check or criticize our own children. Then if we can't correct each other as Black people, we know damn sure you don't want white people doing it. Who checks Black people? Who's allowed to criticize Black people respectfully? I'm talking about criticizing with the good heart and good intentions because you want to see us do better. I know people who refuse to say something to some of these youth, these juveniles, these young adults, because they're in fear that there's going to be some type of retaliation. Teachers don't even like correcting kids in the schools that they teach at. So we got to talk about that culture thing that needs to be adjusted. To be quite frank. Shout out to you. Go ahead. You want to comment on that?
Yeah.
Before you go, so it says thank you for your vision. I'm on the mission. Love Chio. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for you guys supporting. Monalisa, what are your thoughts on that before I go to the clip?
So I agree on what you're saying, but also we're in complete denial when it comes to thinking that the juvenile justice system is a rehabilitation type of system, right? So when you talking
True.
about, because I was in it,
Right.
when you talking about intervening, okay, they go into the juvenile system, you're really thinking that it's like a rehabilitation, that the youth are getting the proper care, that they're getting what they need to succeed. Man, that's a lie.
Yeah.
That's a fucking lie. And the thing that I saw, that I experienced, was parents are like nowhere near involved, like in the system. They don't call and ask questions. They don't this and that. Your children are being abused in the system. They come out worse. Listen, I am able to recognize a youth who is going to kill somebody. I can see it.
Yeah.
I call it murder tick. They have this was just me. I kind of came up with this because of what I would see. Right? The students who were in and it actually starts in like alternative schools, because alternative schools, the youth have already been kicked out of all the regular schools. So they put them into alternative schools, right? Now think about this. Think about this. I want everybody to really think about how deep this goes. You have one building, right, where the youth are coming from different cities. So you got the youth coming, and I'll name some cities in Miami.
Okay.
You got the youth coming from Miami Gardens, Opelika, Overtown, Liberty City, Perrine, right? Some of these are rival. They're rivals. And you put them all in the same building to teach them, to educate them. Then the school really ain't got no books. So now I'm here trying to figure out, wait a minute, you ain't got no books. I don't, how are you supposed to teach these kids? I went in as a mentor, right? But they fired one of the teachers and there was 2 months left. So since the kids really rock with me, they were like, yo, let's kind of just hire her till the end of the year. They offered me this thing, and I was kind of like, I went to the attorney that I mentioned, or Jason, I'm like, man, I don't know, I'm not no teacher. He's like, yo, do what you do. I was able to shift the atmosphere. I was able to get more work from these kids in 2 months than they got a whole year.
Why was that?
Because I sit back and I listen and I see, what are you interested in? What do you like? What are your issues? You know what I'm saying? What do you go through? See what I'm saying? Like you talk to them and you ask them. You feel and you just show a lot. Like I would bring in like healthy foods. They was all drinking alkaline water. They was all like, oh, what's this? What's that? Right? You just kind of show interest in what they like. Then I would do like waffle bowls, right? So they got to serve each other. So we got waffle bowls and yogurt and ice cream and almost like a Menchie's or a Yogurt Land. You feel me? Now they all have to serve it. Like I would do funky stuff, things that's different. Me and one of my good friends, his name is Mentor. He's a poet. So we ended up doing like a poetry slam where they're able to express themselves. And the winners, and this is when I talk about, if you want to do something in your community, build relationships. Build relationships with businesses. Build relationships with, people who have resources, who have studios. So the winners of the poetry slam, they were able to select one of their classmates, and we took them to a state-of-the-art studio. And then they recorded some songs, and they were able to express themselves. It's about giving them the opportunity to show what they're interested in and listening to them, right? And kind of go ahead.
No, I don't mean to interrupt, but one would argue though that yes, that is a beautiful thing, right? For kids to have that connection or to resonate with someone. But then one might argue though that these same kids should have been able to act appropriately in the school with normal kids. I won't say normal because and the kids in the school or in a classroom with kids who are getting the traditional education. Why why now do these kids who have done something, violated policy or committed a crime, and now have been kicked out of school and have to go to alternative school, why could they not have learned properly initially? You get what I'm saying? Like, so are we giving too much? Are we giving too much grace to those kids, or or this entire time these kids should have been taught differently? You get what I'm saying? Like, where's the disconnect with the kids who act out and the kids who don't act out? But now the ones who do act out, we're reaching them in a different way. Does that make sense? I'm kind of confusing myself, but really at the end of the day, I'm just asking, um, how come those kids could not act appropriately initially?
All right. So you have different variables,
Yeah.
right? Something may be happening in the home, or there may be a teacher and an adult that just targeted them. Come on, we already know when you at a job, somebody don't like you, they finna target you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have teachers and adults that take pleasure in this shit. There was a teacher that called a 12-year-old a hoe.
Yeah, the teacher. Yeah,
I ain't slapped the shit out her ass because how you call a 12-year-old a hoe? Like, they're miserable, right? Like, you have adults contribute to this. Man, I've seen people in position and authority like salivate or for like torturing the kid. I'll give you a perfect example. How I in the juvenile facility, and some of these COs are eating Popeye's chicken in front of these kids with pleasure, doing it on purpose.
Yeah, knowing they're hungry.
You know what I'm trying to say? Like, we gotta start. Like, for me, it's more about the adults. The kids. Okay, it's the adults, because the children are born into this shit.
Right.
Right. And then we also have to understand, man, you have children that have warrior spirits. You have children that are more laid back. You have children that are more passive. There's a wave of warrior spirits that we can't handle these kids. Some of these children have our ancestors in them and they're ready to rah. But we take that as a negative. We don't redirect the energy. Can you imagine some of these children with the fearlessness, with the boldness? If you redirect that energy, we'll have a revolution. But what do? We oppress them. We want to destroy them. We want to kill their soul at a young age. And I'm not with that shit.
Well, I think the whole idea of, I think that's why it's important for the Black community to take control over the education system as it relates to their community. Obviously, because we are a very unique group of people within this country, and we don't have control over the education system. And we should be able to look at, and this goes for any kid. You make a good point, especially within young boys. You can't trap them in a classroom for 12 hours, right? There's a certain age where they need to be hands-on. They need to be building something. They need to be doing cartwheels outside. They need to be actively learning something, and they learn sometimes with actually doing. And I think, like you said, you start bottling up their real raw emotions, and it has a negative impact. They act out through, not listening or behavior or whatever. And that's not to make excuses, because at the end of the day, I still believe that kids need to follow instructions, because you have other schools in different countries where their kids are acting appropriately. So this is not to give any excuses to our children at all whatsoever. But I do believe that, one, taking like PE and extracurricular activities out of education is a problem, right? So my thing is, the curriculum needs to be adjusted to make sure we're fitting kids properly. And let me get this last super chat in here real quick. Common Man, shout out to you, brother. He says the parents have a responsibility to the community by raising a child that doesn't commit crime. I agree. I think the individual, I think I think if we all individually take responsibility properly, we can see a better community. The parents create the community, not the child. That is true 100%. And that's exactly what Monalisa is saying, that it is the parents, it's the adults' responsibility at the end of the day, to make sure this community looks good. And this goes to this clip I want to show. I want to get your thoughts on this. Two clips. This one is an incident that happened recently, I believe in Detroit. But let me play this, and I want to get your thoughts. And we're talking about the community. We're talking about young adults doing things that compromise their freedom. Let me see.
A Detroit police officer suddenly finds himself in a fight for his life when two men attack and go after his gun.
That officer was off duty, but in uniform, and tonight he's being credited with not firing his gun during the attack.
The search for those two suspects is still on, and as Fox News' Jessica Dupnack tells us tonight, DPD, well, they're offering a cash reward to help cash them.
Take a look at this unbelievable video. We'll slow it down to show you just how bold these suspects are. The young man without a shirt goes for the uniformed Detroit police officer's gun on his right side. He gets it. Meanwhile, his accomplice in the Adidas pants pulls a gun, pointing it at the officer. There's a struggle. The officer wrestles his duty weapon, a 9mm, back from the suspect. The two run off. The officer does not shoot at them.
This is just a ridiculous crime.
Detroit Police Commander Arnold Williams says it happened Saturday evening at the BP station near the Southfield and Joy Road. There's nothing to indicate that this officer, who was off duty heading into work, was targeted specifically. Investigators say it was all about getting the gun.
There's no way I can explain the mindset of someone who would do something like that, but the one thing I can explain is if they would do that to a uniformed police officer, can you imagine what they would do to a regular citizen?
Investigators have identified both suspects. They've executed 2 search warrants at their homes and are in contact with their parents. But still, as of Monday afternoon, they're not in police custody.
If it's any family members that are sheltering them or have any information, encourage them to come in, and we want them to turn themselves in, because we're coming for them. We're going to find them.
Detroit Police Rewards TV is offering a $5,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in this case. And of course, you can report those tips anonymously. Jessica Dupnack, Fox 2 News.
A sad scene.
So we have a situation where just this fast, we have an officer who is attacked inside of a gas station, and you have a black young man who is trying to steal his firearm, steal his gun. Then the friend that's with him reaches in his pants and pulls out a gun. He is already prepared. He's already prepared to shoot and kill this officer if things do not go the way they want it to go. He's already committed. He's in the act. He's manifesting the commitment to commit murder. And these guys get away with the officer. They get away, but they are saying they're celebrating the officer because the officer did not shoot these teenagers or these young men when he had the opportunity to. Then they said, we've identified them and we've been in contact with their parents, and they're conducting a search. Now, there is a misconception within the Black community that crime and violence may not be that big of a deal. But when you see these type of things, and then you look at the numbers, you look at the why we are in this revolving door within the criminal justice system, it's looking at this type of commitment to commit an act of violence that bothers me. But then again, makes me want to figure out the boldness of some of these crimes that are being committed today. You go back, and like you said, we go back and we say, who raised them? Who raised them? But when you talk to the parents, and you've spoken to plenty of parents, as I have, they tell you they have no control. Some kids as young as 12 years old, the parents themselves will tell you, I can't do nothing for them. You know, I've had parents say, can I award my child over to the state? They want to let the child go. I don't know, you know. I don't know what to say. What are your thoughts on that video?
All right. So I'll say this. When I started my advocacy, in my mind, I'm like, I want to save the whole world.
Right.
Right. Unfortunately, some of them got to go. Right. Some of them are going to be left behind. Some of them are just, and you know, I get really emotional.
Can't save them all.
Yeah.
Can't save them all.
And it is what, you know, I just kind of like, that's like a huge thing to accept. Because there's just a lot of things, like, we're just too distracted. It just, some of them just gotta go. Unfortunately, that's what it is. That's my acceptance of that is what allows me to continue working. This is what I'll say. If every single person on this live in society would just take it upon themselves to you know, dedicate themselves a couple of hours a month to one or two children in their community, to assist a single mom or a single dad, we can only do but so much, right? And our impact here on earth is what really matters. Our legacy and how we helped others is what really matters. I just feel that we won't lose so many of our youth, but there is going to be a chunk of the generation that's out of here. It was planned that way. It was systematically planned that way. Like, you can kind of see it between everything that's happening, the genocide and everything of that nature, because this wave of the youth that are leaving, they're the ones that are going to be working for the system, creating license plates, creating this, doing that, right? All the corporations that are invested in the prison system, free labor, they need workers.
Yep.
So we're so far gone. Our youth are so far gone, not all, but so far gone that, right, that clip, that's just unacceptable. You know, I love the youth. Let's not listen. I'm willing to, you know, I've advocated for a particular youth that committed murder. You feel me? But that there was the circumstances of that particular case that
it matters.
You know, I had to. But like, that's unacceptable. Like, there's a point where safety, you know, like, I'm just surprised that, you know, the officer didn't shoot him. I commend the officer. But
I don't think it was by choice. I think people are looking at it as he was not trying to shoot. I don't think he could have, right? I think he just was incapable of. There's no officer in a situation like that would not give those two men a soul bond. That was a fight for his life. Yeah. And he could have easily have been shot and killed by the man that pulled his gun out. He was pointing at his head. I think the officer, I think his skills in the moment didn't allow for him or give him the opportunity to shoot. I don't think he was doing it because he was concerned about the well-being of these two men at all. I 100% don't think that was the case. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Some of the youth, they just out of control, man.
They're out of
down
control.
here in South Florida, man, it's just, and then, you know, down here is choppers and AKs.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So,
Yep.
I mean, there's been youth that are found like in their cars sliced up.
Yep.
3 bodies done found in Holland. Like just it's a
Killing.
constant.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And these kids 12, 13, 14 years old. You know, and another thing is this, man, we need black men to stand up. Like my community partner, he walked the community, and he not playing with these kids. And these kids love him. They run, you know, it's just there has to be men to stand up and be part. There is a huge problem. I don't know how to stress it. I don't know what to say. What I will say is we will lose a lot of our youth, this generation, I guess. So that's why we chose to focus like on the younger ones, because and I mentioned this to you before. One of my good friends, he was a CO for the Broward Sheriff's Office, and we had a conversation where he's saying by the time that these kids are 7, 8 years old, they hate the police. They hate everything around them. So we gotta go like younger and younger in order to instill some form of morals, values, nutrition, love. Because by the time they're 70, our children are no longer children. They don't have what? How do I say it? Like they're not kids. They're not allowed to be children. They're dealing with adult responsibilities. They're seeing drugs and prostitution or whatever, like at a very young age. Like there's no innocence. Our children's brains are being awakened at a very young age. The internet don't help. Parents don't have control. I have an issue when a parent is buying $1,000 phones for these kids. Okay, like no, you finna get a flip phone. All right, you don't need all the too much information. You triggering the brain cells. You're awakening things that children shouldn't be awakened to.
Correct. I think
crazy. I don't know what this should be.
I want to cover this. I want to play this last video. I think because what you said was absolutely correct. My thing is, I think I forgot the age, but I think it was maybe 7 or 8. Some philosopher, I can't remember the exact number, but he basically said that after a certain age, that's it when it comes to being able to provide an influence into children. But if you haven't instilled certain things, certain views of value and morality into them at a certain age, they're done. You know, at that point, it's going to be on them, and they're going to be interpreting things based off the way they want. A lot of our kids are being conditioned and manipulated so early on because the parents aren't doing a good enough job for whatever reason. We'll talk about those later, but the idea is that you failed your child. You failed the children to some form or fashion. When you have a child, that should be your number one most important duty, is instilling the right things into them. If you do not do that properly, they're going to come out here and they're going to lose themselves. They're going to lose themselves, you know, and that is a problem.
The streets is going to get them. The streets are raising the youth. Let
me do this. I'm going to do this last video, and it's about family. I want to get your thoughts, and then I'm going to take some guests. See one already in the back. I'm going to take some guests and have some questions. But let me do this quick video real quick so everybody can see and we can be on the same page as far as talking. And let's see, which one is it? Hold on, let me get, I want to say it's this one, but yeah, let's do here we go.
A new report about the rate of black homicide victims in the nation ranks Tennessee at number 8. And the majority of the victims are young men. The study shows those committing crimes often live without their biological fathers. News Channel 5's Brandon Marshall spoke with a father who has a message for those teens.
Nashville father Stephen Anderson works hard to provide for his 15 children.
11 boys, 4 girls. 6 of them done graduated from college.
The 49-year-old has not always been in their lives. After spending time locked up, he is committed to not letting them make his past mistakes.
Leave the fast money alone. It's not worth it.
A recent report released by the Violence Policy Center ranks Tennessee 8th for the highest rates of black homicide victims in the nation. The majority of the victims were black males. Furthermore, author Dr. Warren Farrell found male teens committing crimes live without their biological fathers.
In 1965, the percentage of children being raised without dads in the African American community was 25%. Now it's over 70%, almost 3 times the amount in the African American community.
Farrell spoke about the National Fatherhood Summit in Nashville today, talking about the boy crisis, boys living without their fathers. This can affect their education and mental health.
Dad-deprived boys are much more likely to drop out of high school. Boys who drop out of high school, more than 20% of them do not have jobs in their 20s.
Both Farrell and Anderson agree communities need to provide more education and positive male role models for children. Anderson's message to teens:
You have a purpose here. Do good by that purpose. Wait your turn. Be patient. Don't be so eager to go get the quick money.
In Nashville, Brandon Marshall, News Channel 5.
Kind of hard to take that brother serious. He got 15 kids and all, but you know, one would argue this brother part of the problem too.
Legacy, baby, legacy.
I'm all for it. If you can raise them, have them. If you can raise them, if you can afford them, and granted, that's 15 kids. They're not all by the same mother, right? So you out here being a woodchuck. You know, these brothers in our community out here throwing wood around. They biggest part of the problem.
I be saying, your seed matters.
Your seed matters.
Your seed matters. Watch where you put your seeds in. Where do you drop the seeds? Because you may drop it in dirt, and then you be all.
That's true. Let me see. We gotta we're gonna talk about that video. We got our first guest in the back. I'm about to go ahead and pull him up. I don't see his name on here. Let me see. What's good, brother? How you doing?
What's up, man? This is Nate. I'm
Nate. Oh, this is Nate. Oh, okay.
How are you?
I'm good. How y'all doing?
I'm doing
the chat and everybody around the world. How y'all doing?
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
I really like your hat. It reminds me of my granddad. He used to love. That's New York, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, my grandfather used to. Oh, you just got me emotional.
You sound like you have a New York accent.
Yeah, I'm originally from New York.
Oh, okay.
When I get passionate, you can hear it, but for the most part, you know, I got a little Southern twang and then the New York thing. So.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
I was putting in. I got a lot. I'm glad you brought me up, man. I've been wanting to talk to you for a while.
Absolutely.
Especially about the Jay Prince interview, but I mean we can get to that another day. But I want to ask you how many. I was in the police academy and for the San Diego Police Department back in 2015 after I retired from the military.
All right.
And they were teaching the students there to be terrified of everybody.
Right.
They train police officers to be fearful of all people. So that's why they're always talking about officer safety, this, that, and the third. That's why I asked you in the chat. I was like, how many children have you arrested? Then, of course, you responded with, well, children are murderers too, this, that. Yeah, I get that, man. The question is, how many times have you gone up to a school and put handcuffs on a child? I've seen videos of children like age of 8 years old, 10 years old with handcuffs on. These are children. These are tiny human beings. They're frail. They couldn't hurt nobody if they wanted to. But y'all, the heroes of our society, you all, the police, are out there and are quick to handcuff. And like you said, oh, kids are dangerous. Like that's cop-splaining. You guys are always saying that is something's a danger to you all. And so that starts the school to prison pipeline. Is when y'all is running up there and putting them little babies, 8 years old, 10 years old, and there's video after video throughout. Go ahead.
No. I mean, you're making a good point, but let me bring that into a more accurate discussion, right? There is a lot of different ages when we're talking about children. We could say children, we could say juveniles. What you're referring to is very specific, right? You're saying 6-year-olds, 7, 8-year-olds. Yeah, but that's not the norm. That's not the norm. Yes, it has happened. In my department, we weren't allowed to handcuff kids under a certain age. I'm just being honest with you. That's in our policy. What you have to also understand is that every police department is not created equal, right? The problem with policing in this country as it relates today is there's no uniformity in reference to it. You can live in one city. We could talk about New York, or you can talk about California. The LAPD is going to do one thing, and then you're going to have San Bernardino police do something totally different, and their neighbors. The problem is it's not uniform, it's not consistent. There are things that I couldn't do as an officer that I knew the next county over they were allowed to do. And that's unfortunate. And so we don't agree with the inconsistencies. I don't agree with cuffing kids that age. Now my thing is I've never dealt with an 8-year-old that committed murder, right? But I have with a 15-year-old, and they were handcuffed, right? Because they committed murder. So, but what you're saying is true. There's a certain age. You would have some cops who would, put these kids in the back of a car, right? They would make them go through all this, and they're 8 years old, they're 9 years old. They didn't really do anything, right? Say they were throwing eggs at somebody's house. And so you would have cops who would try to put this fear tactic in them, a scare tactic, I would say, not realizing the psychological damage that they're doing to that young kid. That's not appropriate, right? Does it happen? Yeah, it happens. I've also seen parents tell police officers to do that to their child. And I would tell them, hey, that's not what we're here for. We're not here to get these kids scared of us and things like that. But again, I'm only one officer. Not all officers look at it the same way. You have some parents who are also a part of that. But to your point, yeah, it does happen. Is that the norm? Absolutely not. No, I've never put handcuffs on a kid, I would say younger than the age of 14. So, but again, these were real crimes, and these are crimes in the actual moment. So no, I'm not gonna walk them back to the car and not cuff them. They're potentially could be dangerous. Absolutely. So I think to your point, yeah, the age does matter. And also I think the crime matters as well.
I got a lot to say. I don't have questions. I don't have questions for Monalisa. Thank you, sis, for everything you're doing for our people in Florida. But the Jay Prince interview, man.
So let's do this because my guest is here. I'll let you get one Jay Prince question off, and then let's set up something to where me and you can talk and have a full-on conversation, just out of respect for the guests, because I don't want to take away from that. But I don't mind answering the question. I don't want you to think we're avoiding the question. But before we get to your question, Monalisa, what are your thoughts on that in reference to the trauma associated with handcuffing kids that are juveniles and those who are what would you call them, under juveniles? There's a name for them too, specific name, but kids under the age of like 12. Adolescents. Yeah. What are your thoughts on that? We know you love the kids. Yeah.
Like you. Okay, so if you can't, so let's say adolescent commits a crime.
Okay.
Right. I don't believe in putting handcuffs on them. Okay. You don't need to put the handcuffs on them to take them in.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Like you 10, 11, 12, you can't handle, not you particularly, but
yeah.
Handle a 12-year-old? What? You can't handle a 12-year-old or a 10-year-old or the 6-year-old that was arrested here in Florida? Are they serious? So it's about like, okay, if they have to go in, I get it, but why handcuff them? Why not have a support system, bring them into the police department or the parents or a pastor of a church or alongside the police? Why handcuff a child that young? That's I don't believe it.
What's your age do you think is too young to be handcuffed?
I say 13 and under.
13 and under?
Yeah.
What if I told you I could show you 12-year-olds who have committed murder? Should they not be handcuffed at the murder scene? then we have to ask ourselves, what is the purpose of being handcuffed? I think that's where we probably need to address. Go ahead, brother. What's your thoughts?
Can you physically handle this child? Can you control? That's what the sister's saying. Can you physically control this child? Then you don't need to put this child in handcuffs. I don't care if the 12-year-old murders somebody. If he's just a baby, but if it's just a baby, you don't need to handcuff that child. And I don't think they do it. It's more they do it because they're trying to traumatize these children. A lot of times these are black kids, and there's plenty of videos out there.
No, I disagree. The purpose, I disagree, and then I also would say what you're saying is false, right? What you're saying is false because the purpose of handcuffing is to detain, it's to restrict movement, because it's not about whether or not I can handle the kid, right? It has nothing to do with handling anybody. It has everything to do with their hands, right? Their hands is what makes people dangerous. It's the same reason why we handcuff pregnant women, because just because if your hands are free, you become more of an obstacle to deal with. The potential to do harm or to do something you have no business doing is there. So, for example, I had a case where a coworker of mine had put a young juvenile in the back of his police car. He had him handcuffed, right? And he had him back there in the car. He didn't pat him down properly. You know what he ended up doing? He ended up bringing his hands in front of him. He ended up taking out the gun and stuffing the gun in between the seat. He then took his hands out the window after complaining that he could not breathe and that it was too much. It's not enough air in the back seat. He asked out, "Hey, can you roll the window down? Can you roll the window down?" So what he do? The officer rolled the window down for him. Oh, he rolled down just a little bit more. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. And while the officer wasn't paying attention, he took his hands outside the window in between the bars and he opened up the door and he took off running in handcuffs. So again, it's not so much about you can't handle a person. The idea is to restrict their movement so that they, one, don't hurt themselves, two, put themselves or you in a position to where you're going to have to hurt them. There have been cases where a woman wasn't handcuffed in the back of a car. And when the officer walked away to continue his investigation, she opened up the window, the partition between the driver, the driver in the passenger side and the back seat where she was encaged in. And she climbed through, got in the driver's seat, and she drove off. That officer lost his job because you know what? He didn't handcuff that woman. The handcuff is not there to create psychological damage. The handcuffs are there to restrict movement. I understand what you're saying, and I'm not disagreeing with why you feel that way. What I'm saying, though, is until you do the job and understand how dangerous the job is, you would put handcuffs on them too. Now, again, you say handle. Kids can handle guns. Kids can handle knives. You might be confident in your abilities. There are some people who might not be as talented as you are in order to remove themselves from an uncompromising position they put themselves in. I've seen juveniles give officers a hard time. And again, when you are trying to detain somebody without hurting them, it takes a little effort. It takes a little effort. So I'm not disagreeing with you saying the psychological impact. I'm just telling you why it's important that it gets done, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the reasons I quit the police. I did 22 years in the Army. I went to combat 4 times. I was wounded 4 times. I won a Bronze Star Medal 3 times, once for valor in enemy fire. And then I joined the police. The day I retired from the Army, I started a police academy in San Diego, class 104. Okay. I'll never forget it. And I quit after 4 months because cops are cowards. Okay. Cops are terrified of. They think they're in a war. They walk around like everybody's a threat to them, and they're teaching the police officers about that everybody's a threat to them. Like you're just talking about, this 12-year-old might maybe be able to access a gun, and that's why cops are quick to go to their guns. I mean, I got plenty of examples: the use of force class, the escalation of force. I don't disagree.
I don't disagree. Listen,
I cannot take it.
I don't disagree with you. I think that's the type of conversation we need to be having. there's a lot of times I go back and forth with people who are prior military, and what we talk about is that the lack of training is such an issue. And why is the military different than policing? The amount of training that military get, it pales in comparison. And so that is a conversation I'm definitely willing to have with you. I think it'd be excellent for us to talk about it. And again, what you're saying is true. And those are things I talk about on this channel all the time: the lack of training, the lack of education, the wrong heart, the fearfulness. And I say it all the time: the worst thing you can run into is a cop that's scared. If you put an officer in a position and you make him scared, he's going to be justified in taking your life. You don't have to like it, but the law is set up to protect a scared officer. That's just the facts. You know, so I've been in situations where I could have shot plenty of people and I didn't. I wasn't in fear. I was in complete control. In complete control. I think a lot of that has to do with my martial arts training, but nonetheless, I had a different type of training going into policing. Little short story before we move on. When I was in the academy, there were plenty of guys in the academy who've never been in fights before. I've been in plenty of fights and I kickbox. So I went in there different. You know, I got a homeboy in here right now in the chat. He'll tell you they never been in fights before. So that says a lot. You get what I'm saying? You got an officer who's never been punched in the face. You got an officer who's never been in a high stress situation. Yeah, man. So that stuff matters, man. And you're absolutely, so I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying, how do we make it change? Right? What things do we implement? So I would love to talk to you about solutions. So let's set that up, man. Hit me up. You got my email. Let's put something on the books, man. Let's talk about some solutions.
All right, bet, man. Yeah, I don't want to turn the conversation. I appreciate it.
You good, brother. You good. You good. It's all love. It's all love. We all here to learn.
All right, y'all be well.
You too, man. All right. Yeah, I like that. I like that, brother. He got good energy. But he's right.
Yeah.
He's right. Listen, facts over feelings. Matter of fact, hold up. Y'all, so I got some of the new merch. Got the Facts Over Feelings cup, you guys. So all my new merch just came in today. So, you know, y'all.
I need me one of them right now.
So anytime I say something, but you guys listen. The merch should be at the bottom of this video. Go and check out the merch. I plan on modeling all this stuff. Once I get situated next week, I'm gonna have a nice video for you guys. Go and check that out. So Monalisa, I want to get your thoughts on that last video about the importance of fathers. And I know we try to blame moms. At the end of the day, you need good parents, whether mom or dad, it doesn't matter. You need good parents. And we know the importance of not just having a father, but having a good father that's active, right? Some people say, oh, my father was in my life. Yeah, so was King Von, right? And his dad was a killer too, you know? So at the end of the day, it's not that you just need a father or a mother. You need a good mother. You need a good father. How important is repairing these homes, us like doing that work? How important is that to offset a lot of these symptoms that we are seeing?
It's vital. It's like the oxygen that we need to breathe. Point blank, period. You know, I grew up in a single parent home, right? And one of the things
I'm just seeing your message, by the way. You need to take a few real quick before we close out, or you got?
Yeah, I need to step for just a second.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Just one second.
You good? Take your time. All right, I'm gonna bring you down just with. When you come back, I'll see you. So I would say one of the biggest challenges. Oh, Michi, I see you, Michi and Dre. I'm gonna bring you guys up real quick. Get your thoughts before the guest comes back.
Why do they always want to come up when I come up? Go away,
I came up at the same time. Your arch nemesis.
Leave me alone, Dre. Go away.
Oh my.
Look, just because you be over there eating all that damn steak that's made of fat, raw, don't be looking at me like that.
Dre is not for your foolishness today, Michi. That's the
You look like it's past your bedtime. You need to go sleep. Don't you look sleepy, y'all? Y'all, good night, Dre. We be keeping you past your bedtime.
Hey, look.
Fun bunch.
Go say your smart stuff first. I'll let you go first because you're gonna say something smart. Go ahead.
Not at all. This is a very enlightening conversation, considering the fact that I didn't hear any lies told. You know what I'm saying? So for once, Michi, you don't have to worry about me saying anything because I agree. I agree. Listen, I'm in court every day, all day. You know what I'm saying? Ah, shit. So your boy in court. So, but the thing is, what it is.
Who in court?
Nathan.
Oh.
Yeah,
Nathan, you was in court? You was in trouble? Ooh.
No, he wasn't in trouble. No, he wasn't in trouble. He shouldn't have been there.
Why y'all be talking about these kids though? Because you be doing that too, Dre. That's what I came up here to ask Nathan. Then you jumped on here too. But
hold on. Before you go, my guest is back. I'm gonna bring you guys back after my guest. I can't have y'all.
What? I wanted to say what's up to Monalisa too. Forget you, Nathan. That's my friend. Okay, you wouldn't even know Monalisa if it wasn't for me.
Still thing. Well, I'll bring up what you've done. All right.
Well, I will tell you this, Michi. That's why the conversation with Nate was interesting because we just created a new unit, which is the SB 440 unit, where when juveniles commit murders like the 7 deadly sins, they're tried as adults. So we have a unit now that's actually handling that. What's crazy is that my job is pretty much I look over the case, whatever holes a detective didn't fill in, I'll go ahead and do the extended investigations and present it to the ADA, and we'll sit down and we'll go over it. If we got enough evidence to move forward, we'll move forward.
How do you feel about trying children as adults?
Truth be told, it depends on the deal of the case. Because
do you believe it's cruel and unusual punishment, which is against the Constitution?
Well, let me ask you a question here. I had a case where it was a 15-year-old. There was a teacher at a restaurant. This was right by the school. Mind her business, having lunch. 15-year-old kid skipped school, was in the bathroom praying to God to forgive him for what he's about to do. Walks out the bathroom with a Mac 10. Smacks this woman upside the head. Damn near knocks her out. Points the gun at her, and because she fell back on her purse, grabbed her phone and ran away.
Okay.
All right. So at the time, when you look at the surveillance footage, you can't tell whether it's a real gun or a fake gun. It's a gun. She believed it was real gun. She, allowed him to take her phone because she didn't want to get shot. Caught him. And so what you have to understand is some judges, if it's not an actual firearm, are not going to charge him as an adult.
No, but see, the question is charging a juvenile as an adult considered cruel and unusual punishment?
Well, he doesn't.
Which we're not supposed to do. And you say no. Nathan says no. I'm going to tell you why it is. If you have been in a court of the law, how many times have you found somebody come into the court of law that is not competent to stand trial because they don't understand the proceedings before them? Rather you
have to understand me. Ignorance to the law is not an excuse.
You're not letting me finish. No, I'm using court terms. You have to understand the proceedings before you. A person who is mentally challenged cannot go before trial if they don't understand what's going on. So let me finish what I'm saying. In that vein, right? You can bring a 40-year-old man in the courtroom and they can have a mental evaluation and tell you that something is wrong with this man. He has the mind of a 14-year-old. And people will say because he is, mentally delayed and as a grown man, he still has the mind of a 14-year-old child, right? Or a 15-year-old child that he's not competent to stand trial. They may not try him until he's ready, send him to a facility to get help or other things of that nature. My question is, when a child walks into a courtroom and they're 14, we don't need a test to know that they have a 14-year-old mind. So if the 40-year-old man is not competent to stand trial with a 14-year-old mind, why is the 14-year-old with the 14-year-old mind competent enough to be tried as an adult? They don't understand the ramifications of what they're doing. And let's be clear. Somebody will say, yes, they know what they're doing. We can talk psychology all day. If you want to talk to me, if you actually have a degree in that, and we can have that conversation, because these are facts I'm stating right now, right? These are facts in psychology. So, no, being that a child's reasoning has not developed until they're 25, I'm not saying you let the child go free. And when you bring up children who do things like mass shootings in school or something's really wrong with them, I do think that how do you think that a kid goes to school and does that and they're not mentally ill? So the thing is, trying them as an adult, they're not an adult. So that is cruel and unusual punishment. They're not
going to adult jail. Hold on.
Oh, baby, I got a son. No, wait a minute. Yes, they do. No, let me finish.
You gotta let me get in there so I can answer you.
Going to adult prisons, Dre, but you ain't let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish. So, if that is the case, then you understand that in the court, it doesn't mean a juvenile gets off. They actually will send them to juvenile. And maybe Monalisa can confirm this. At juvenile, they will give you counseling, they will give you other help, and they will give you things so that you can work on your issues. When they send you to an adult prison, they don't give a fuck about you. They give you a bar soap and tell you, bitch, don't drop it so you don't get raped. Let's be real, okay? So at the end of the day, right, they do. But at the end of the day, they will offer something to these children. But when you throw them away as adults and never give them another opportunity, because psychology says that a child's mind is malleable. And just because they do something as a child does not mean that they cannot be reformed. Matter of fact, children are the ones who can be reformed before a grown-ass adult that's been in prison for 30 years or that's 40 years old can ever be reformed. So it's an injustice. It is cruel and unusual punishment to try a child as an adult because they're not a damn adult. And you do it every day. You think it's okay?
Actually, I don't. I actually don't work with juveniles. Thank you very much.
Well, you just brought up how y'all be trying kids.
But I will I will tell you this. See, it is not. See, you're making it a blanket statement that a juvenile committed a armed robbery or murder or homicide or whatever, they're instantly charged as adults. It doesn't go that way. It's not. I'm telling you, it's a case by case basis.
It's not. Oh my God!
Can I have this?
No, because you're lying now. I would like facts over feelings up here.
Hold on. Facts over feelings.
Yes, we could go to the stats, y'all. Like juveniles are charged as adults at an overwhelming rate today. You're telling a lie, especially black boys.
But he didn't say that though, Michi.
Thank you.
But he says it's a case by case basis. But we're talking about what happens in the majority of the courtroom. So I don't want to hear about a case by case basis.
Okay. One second. Because after Dre says this piece, I want Monalisa to chime in because this is actually what me and her talked about, the mental health piece that goes on in the courtrooms. And so I want her to really bring that home. But Dre, if you could please, your part.
Each case is handled on an individual basis. Each child is given an eval, a psych eval, to make sure that one, they are competent to stand trial. Two, it's not just because you commit murder don't mean you're gonna get charged as an adult. There's a lot that goes on with that. Now, you may know a situation to where a juvenile was charged as an adult. Hold on a second. I'll let you have it. Let me have it. Thank you.
No, you interrupted me like 7 times. Boy, stop. You did. You kept interjecting and didn't let me finish it, so I was cutting you off. I'm just giving you the same energy, but go ahead.
Okay. We're gonna keep.
I don't know a person. Like there are statistics that say that black juveniles, that's all part of the school to prison pipeline. And that's what they do so they can use your school record against you like a criminal record so they can try you as an adult. That's exactly what the school to prison pipeline is. And I didn't make that up, Dre. That's a fact.
So you still think I'm lying? Hold on. So, like I was saying, they are interviewed because in Georgia, these juvenile courts, these children, some of them, if they're lucky, they'll get a book report. A lot of them don't go to juvenile. They'll get book reports. That's what their sentence is, book reports. So, but the question is, you also have to understand that there's also another dynamic, all right? You have the family of the victim. So a lot of times in Georgia, believe it or not, they believe their children can be reformed. Because after 17, whatever you did prior to your age of 17 is wiped off the books. So if you committed crimes from 16 under and you stayed out of trouble after your 17th birthday, that's off your records. Your juvenile record is closed.
What I'm saying, Dre, because if you're trying as a juvenile and you're given an adult sentence, it's not getting wiped off your record, and you're probably going to do double digits in the penitentiary.
Say that again. I missed that. I'm sorry. Monalisa, can you jump in here? Because
yeah, can you jump in?
Monalisa, you heard what I said, right? If we're talking about being
Don't
tried
be
as
trying
an
to win her
adult,
over. Don't be trying to win her
if
over. Don't be trying to
if
win
you're
her over.
tried, I'm speaking of fact, and y'all in y'all feelings right now. If you're being tried as an adult, as a juvenile, what isn't his statement about how when you commit a crime as a juvenile, you get no more trouble, get wiped off? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about being tried as an adult. That doesn't go away. I said that's not going to go away, and 9 times out of 10, you're going to go to the penitentiary. You're being tried as an adult, Dre.
Eventually,
So
once
I'm
you turn
saying
21,
you
you're
said
gonna
a
go to the
whole
big
lot,
house.
but you didn't respond to what I said. But I'm gonna be quiet. I'll go ahead.
Monalisa.
Hi, Dre. Hi, Michi. How are you? Good to see you.
Same here. New York in the house.
All right, so I want to kind of bring in a couple points, right? There's a case here in my hometown where I believe that the youth was tried as an adult because the victim was a white Brazilian, right? So, because then I got another call where a young black man killed his father, right? That ain't even like hit the news. It's just so common, people killing each other. But I think that there's a lot of influence and impact based on the victim. So in this particular case that I'm talking about, he did commit murder, right? But he's had mental health issues since he was 3. And it's documented all the way in every system, right? The mother begged for help in every way, right? Also, and this is what I respect about this mother, because she was real. The youth was found incompetent 4 times and adjudicated incompetent by a judge, right? So when he went to court, this was before the murder was committed. The mom said, "Your Honor, please, if you're going to release my son, ensure that it's some form of supervision, some ankle monitor, something, because he's a threat to himself and others based on this long history of mental illness." The court system disregarded the mother, disregarded the history, disregarded the young man's prior charges. This mother begged now, and they released him. The Department of Children and Families was supposed to come pick him up, and they never did. So 2 months after his release, this happened. It hit nationwide news, and automatically he was charged as an adult. So I feel that there's a lot of variables, but particularly when the victim is highly influential, may have money, comes from a certain family, and they literally remember, this is what I'll say. We have to keep in mind that the state attorney is elected.
The judge is elected also.
The judge is elected, right? So a lot of our youth will be charged as adults because of, quote unquote, the illusion of public safety. Because I don't really think that the system even care about public safety. I'm honest, right? The stuff that I see, they care about like numbers. They care about what can be proved. Y'all remember that movie with Denzel Washington, Training Day? It's not what you know, it's what you can
prove.
Right?
Yep.
That's it. So for me, I believe, just based on everything that I've seen, it just has to do with what applies and what people can get away with. The reason why in this particular case there was just like a little in between was because we organized around it. So now there's some stuff going on, you feel me, in the case where the young brother may not serve like a whole life sentence and stuff of that nature. And then I come to find out that our young black boys are being evaluated by old white men. right? So we can get deep into this system because it's all fucking connected.
Yep.
Like what it oh my God, I just
be wanting to know why black men and everybody's so quick to throw our kids away. Like it's people in the chat talking about, oh, well, good, don't nobody got to deal with that kid no more. Like it's like, why are we so quick to act like it's okay to try these kids as adults and throw them away? And this is the thing, when we talk about society, like you brought up earlier, you know, Monalisa, all it does is create worse criminals. Because when this child goes into prison, all they are doing is being socialized into an institution of violence and more crime. And the fact is, they come out a worse criminal than they went in, and they come out committing even more crimes because they're institutionalized. So it's this wild cycle, and it would actually do our country much better to actually rehabilitate our babies instead of throwing them in the prison because it would work out different. But that's not what they want.
Well, here's the problem. We don't know how to rehabilitate. It's the prison system is a financial system. It's about the money. Cheap labor, put them dudes out there to fix the roads, highways.
It's called legal slavery.
Yeah.
It's in the Constitution.
It is what it is. Yeah.
That's what it is.
I mean,
okay, so can I say this to you, Nathan? So if you understand that it's legal slavery, then how come you don't understand why the prison population is almost 50% black? Because they do that on purpose because they're making the nigga the slave again. Come on, bro.
No.
Yeah.
I would. First of all, black people make up 50% of the prison population. Guess who makes up the other 50? Right. So again.
But we're a much smaller population. No,
but your argument is flawed from the perspective of trying to suggest that it's geared just to put black people in there.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. What I said is there's no wonder that that's the largest representation based on the population, because facts and statistics state that what Monalisa said is that it's not actually just her opinion. When the victim is white or another race and the assailant that did the offense is black, they actually get more time when it's the opposite way around and the victim is black. These are facts, right?
She also said there are prominent folks also.
She said that but what does that have to do with the point I'm making? What I'm saying is she thought that she said she believed it was based on the victim's race. And I'm telling you, based on statistics, black people get longer sentences if their victim is not a black person, right? And it's somebody else. We also know that black boys, by statistics, are tried as juveniles as adults more than anybody else. So when you say it's just us, there is a system in place that is more concerned with pushing anybody that's poor and willing to commit these crimes into the system. But crimes and situations and environments and laws are orchestrated in a way that they do throw black people away before anybody else.
So what I would say that unfortunately, because of people's biases, yes, you do see that. I think a lot of those are rooted in biases. Go ahead, Monalisa.
I also want to add that, like, the victims' families, particularly when it's white folks, they're flooding the courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm trying to say? Like, they're flooding the courtroom. They're calling the state attorney. They're writing emails. I don't like. They show up in numbers.
They know who to read.
That's not in every case in those statistics, though. This is speaking to all crimes, and black people receive more when their victim is white, and they're not all showing up in courtrooms like that for every single one of those cases.
That's
true.
What the thing is there is, we're not denying that those things happen. What we're saying is that is not you. A lot of times we have these conversations. I think people want to speak to the lowest common denominator in these cases and situations. That is not the norm. Unfortunately, what we see, and just like I played a video, it's not.
What's not the norm?
It is not the norm.
Statistics to say that these things are the norm, and you're telling me they're not.
Because when you look at statistics from one perspective and you don't look at what correlates those statistics,
don't use statistics to make your points anymore, then Nathan, because you'll use them when they're convenient. But
no. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, let's look at this way, and you tell me if I'm wrong, Michi.
You are. But go ahead.
Yo, before you even get started.
Before our brother even speaks, she already striking me down.
You know how it is. Mona,
you see what I got to deal with? This is the struggle right here.
Oh, I see. I complete it.
You know what? Shut up.
I follow both of y'all, so I already see how y'all be. Woo!
One over here, she about to pop some popcorn on us. Okay, so this is what I would say. I think that people, and I will say this, and I want to hear what Dre has to say about this, right?
What cops say?
Okay, never mind. I want to see what Mono got to say because Dre's gonna agree with me. Is it not true?
Okay.
Is it not true? Okay, this is true. Let's talk about what's true. What's true is black men, if we just talk about black men, make up half of the prison population. Michi, is that true?
Almost, not exactly 50%.
Almost, but almost, right? Too close, right?
Like
almost
39%.
half.
Yeah, almost.
Almost half. All right. We all agree that sucks, right? I don't like that number. Mona, do you like that number?
Hell fuck. I mean, hell no.
I don't like that number.
Dre like that number. Yes,
Dre
he
don't
does.
like, you don't like
I'm just playing, Dre. I'm just playing.
All right.
Dre over there stating facts, I guess. On the Dre. I don't know.
Dre.
So can we also agree that unfortunately, I'm not proud of this number either, right? That there's a correlation, right? So black people are disproportionately in prison. When they say that, they are relating that to our population size. Because they are saying that because we're 13%, god damn, there shouldn't be that many people locked up. I agree with that. I agree with that. I don't think anybody in this panel has an issue with that. We don't like that. But then you look at the crime data, and the crime data correlates with the actual incarceration data.
Wow.
But
see, that's where you don't want to take consideration when you talk about statistics for real. No, because you're only looking at one part of that statistics. So first of all, how many of those black men, wait a minute, because those are not true numbers. How many of those black men pled guilty because they didn't have the money to fight their defense and they thought that plea would give them better time and they were scared, but they really didn't do the crime?
0.0%. Next question.
Oh, really? How do you know how many people, Mona Lisa, how many people do you think plead guilty for some shit to go home?
I wouldn't say 0.0%.
But the reality, but I'm not saying
that doesn't happen at all, Dre?
No, you're not saying that.
Oh no, it happens.
It happens. What we're saying is, again,
you're
arguing.
Also, black people don't get but there's it's not the exception. I can give you all kind of reasons why you make it seem like all these black people that are in prison doing this time that is just because black people are inherently some crazy motherfuckers and we commit all this crime and it's in our DNA somehow.
No, I never said 99%.
So then why is it that you're trying to imply that black people commit more crime? If you're trying to say it has to do with black people, so where does that come from? Do you think it's our DNA, Nathan?
I never said that.
I'm asking you, what do you think it is? Because y'all say it like it's because of our blackness.
No, I never said before.
Then what is it because?
Well, Michi, hold on 1 second.
Hold on. Well, Mona Lisa made a point. Mona Lisa made a point earlier in reference to what you're saying. A lot of times, our people talk ourselves into prison. We'll sit up there, and our attorney will sit down there and say, their attorney will like, I have this. Damn that. Fuck that. This some boot. Hold on. You're right, but let me handle it because I speak for you. There will be an opportunity for you to speak. The thing is, the judge is who you need to sit down and convince that you know what I'm saying? Especially if you do a bench trial. If you're doing jury trial, you got to convince the jury. Your decorum and how you act. Now, a lot of times you're right. You got a public defender who probably looked over the case when he walked in the courtroom. Don't know what's going on because you pay $50, you qualify, you pay $50, and then you got somebody representing you who really don't care about your case. That happens.
It does happen.
The defense, the public defender, and the prosecution sitting up there having lunch. Yeah, and they talk to each other on a first name basis.
Y'all just be having this conversation willy-nilly though, and nobody really be addressing what I just said. Y'all just be saying stuff that don't even apply to what we're talking about. But okay.
Well, it applies what you're talking about because you're correct.
No, because
I agree with you, but a lot of times they can't afford representation. So you have dudes that are railroaded. But that's the product of the law enforcement picking somebody just because they fit a description, didn't do a true investigation, didn't follow all the leads and all, that would or his leads and his alibis. And you just need to put somebody in jail so you have a stat. So it's a corrupt system all the way around because it's a stat driven process. You have a judge that want to stay in that bench. He has set amount convictions. You know what I'm saying? So
the truth is, look, if people had bail, which usually Black people don't, and they could get out and they could fight their trials from the streets, if only 30% of people did not take plea bargains, it would shut the fucking system down because they wouldn't have enough people to fight these trials. So see, like you said, it's in the 90 percentile, people take plea bargains. So something's wrong with that too, because if you go to court and you go to trial, most people will be found not guilty, or they will find that as they got closer, those plea bargains will become way less and charges will get dropped, because it's a whole nother story to go to court and prove a case. See, but because of people being poor, they can't get out, they want to go home, they might lose their job. I've seen people get arrested over small stuff and can't get out for bail of like $1,000, $1,500, and they lose their job, they lose their apartment, they lose everything in a matter of 60 days, and they just want to go home. So if people have those opportunities, you would find it wouldn't be that many people in jail. So the system is set up.
We got a lot of people that's in jail.
People go to jail more than anybody else, and we're the poorest people in this country.
Well, hold on, and I want to get Monalisa's thoughts real quick. I think one of the biggest misconceptions, when having, or the worst thing we can do when having these conversations, is not acknowledging people who know how to follow the law and follow instructions and not wind up in these situations in the first place.
Massa said the laws get your nigga ass over there before you get whipped, and Nathan going to get whipped. I'm sorry, I'm a fight Massa. Your punk ass going to get whipped. That's whack. That's whack.
All right.
Because slavery is illegal. There are laws right now. Just because something is legal don't make it right, Nathan. Do we follow the laws of the land? Like the laws are right.
I'm gonna respond to that. Mona, let me get your thoughts on that. I'm trying to put you on the fire.
Like, that's a whole lot right there, buddy.
It's always the last 30 minutes of the stream where it gets the craziest.
Tell me.
So, I think it's a combination of everything.
Mona says she's taking a safe route on this one.
No, I'm not. Like, I'm really like processing what everyone is saying, and everyone is correct, right? But how do we? Okay, one of the biggest issues is we talk too much, right? I think that's one of the main issues. Yep. We do not exercise our Fifth Amendment. If we would exercise our Fifth Amendment, I think we would get better results, better outcomes, charges drop.
Our kids have no textbooks. They don't have water in their school because it's full of lead. They're pumped with medication all day, and they don't know how to read. But you want them to understand their Fifth Amendment, right? I'm just saying.
Is that all black? Is that all black?
About, like adults.
No, for the yeah, statistics will tell you inner city Black schools are all pieces of shit, Nathan. You go into their bathrooms and they have metal mirrors like in the prisons, and you go to the other schools and they got actual mirrors. Like, come on.
I mean, yeah, the schools are.
That's Democrat. Are these Democrat ran cities?
Oh God, that's not the point, Nathan. What does that have to do? This is what is being served to Black people, and that's what the conversation is.
All right. Let me not derail it. Go ahead, Mona.
All right, so that's one, and I guess we're talking on adults right now because the children, we have to teach them. Like, that's why I mentor the like the kids to kind of let them know. But we talk our way into. We just talk too much. Then number two, for example, people who commit crimes or they're about to commit crimes and they get a lick and they make all this money or something of that nature, I feel that they don't save any money for lawyer fees, right? They spend money elsewhere. So that's another issue.
How do you expect the Black community to do that, Monalisa, when most people don't have they say they live paycheck to paycheck?
So I guess my focus is probably more on like, or I'm making that statement based on like dope boys, you feel me? People who
if you commit crime, you should save a stack for your bail instead.
That's all I'm saying. Like, right? Like, no, like real talk. No,
regular people, okay.
Right? We talking about like real talk. Like, you about to go do a lick. Like, come on. Like, we know. Like, you know, all these people just like, so they take the money and they don't even put a stash away, right? So that's another issue. And then another issue is like the lack of education. And then another issue is the system looking at us and be like, shit, let's just take advantage of the fear. Let's take advantage of the lack of knowledge. Let's take advantage of
Let's take advantage of the black people because that's in every sector. Black girls are sex trafficked more than everybody else. When they get caught in sex trafficking, police officers, your brothers in blue, they charge black girls with prostitution when they're actually the victim. When they rescue other girls from sex trafficking, they actually see them as the victim. And these are all
90% of you're saying that's 90% of the time?
No, what I'm telling you is that most of the people, the girls found in sex trafficking are black. And you can look up these statistics too.
But again,
what it says is that black girls, when they are arrested and found doing sex work, but they are being sex trafficked, that more of them are actually charged as actual like prostitution versus being seen as a victim. That's a statistic you can look at.
And I hate that. And you know what? You're talking about these symptoms, and in this stream, we've been talking a lot about what the illness is.
Right.
These homes.
Okay.
You know the number. No, that's a.
Nathan, let me make one more point about what I said. Do you know that 84% of children rescued from sex trafficking are in foster care? So what do you mean it's the homes? It's the government.
What you do?
Thank you, Michi, for making
your home ain't straight.
You
just made the point.
You know how many women I've seen them take their kids because they just don't have their house clean enough, or they don't have a couch, or they can't afford beds? You can roll your eyes if you want. I watch black women get their children taken all day for reasons that are not that serious. And you can find statistics that will say these children will leave their homes and go to foster care and experience sexual assault and worse abuse for the first time versus what they were experiencing in their homes. Stop playing with me. And these are all facts.
Nobody is disagreeing.
Because you just sat here and gave a cheer, like because they're in foster care, that meant the parents were.
You missed the whole point, Michi. Michi,
you get in your head.
Y'all love the government. Y'all too right here. Y'all love the government. You do. You blame everything on black people and make no exceptions for what the system does deliberately to black people. You want to blame it on black people's culture, their households. It's all their fault. When you gonna ever give Master some damn credit for what he does to cause these situations?
Are we gonna rise above what Master done?
Oh God, we ain't gonna ever rise above as long as y'all keep talking shit about our kids like they're not worth saving, and it's all they fault that they fucked up.
All right. So let's talk about let's shift the conversation. Closing statements to solutions, right? As it relates to courts and corrections. I'm going to start with Michi. Michi has, and of course, the guests will always get the final word. But Michi, courts and you can't. The answer is you can't destroy the courts and corrections. So that's not going to be a good response. So what would be your solution to making a more equitable system?
The whole system is a piece of shit. And if you ask me what the solution is, my answer to you will be is that the solution doesn't start in the court, because there are so many things that happen to us from the time we are born that we are set up to have that be the majority of the road that we go on, like the school to prison pipeline. So this is where I get frustrated, because people always want the solution on the surface level. If you start to dig, there are so many layers to this that it starts way before the system. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. And I think we believe it's the homes. I believe this shit starts before it's even in the home. Our kids are in school more than they are with their parents. That is a law. You said you arrest kids for truancy. When I first put my children in homeschool, and I had a big problem, they was fighting me like I couldn't even teach my own child. So I want y'all to understand that it's not as easy as you think. So the laws say we have to put our kids in these schools. They're the ones raising our children. Then you got Child Protective Services, who is the disciplinary. You can't whoop your kid, or they'll come and take your child if you try and discipline them, but they'll take your child to a house where they'll get sexually fucking assaulted, right? So this is the thing that to me says that we set all of our black children up for failure, and it starts with our government and our surroundings, because ghettos are created by your government. There doesn't need to be ghettos, right? And poverty and ghettos breed crime, and black people are systematically placed in ghettos to have a lack of education, to be having all of these issues, whether it comes to mental issues, pumping them with medication, all of these different things. Go and look at a black school and a white school that was built at the same time. Why the fuck the white school ain't got all this lead in their pipe? Do you know how many black city schools pumping $250,000 a month worth of bottled water because they can't turn their water on because it's lead in it? But how long them kids was washing their hands and drinking it before they did that? So we are targeted as soon as we come out the damn womb. So you can't talk to me about the court system until you talk to me about how black people got to the court system in the numbers that we are there, because it's not all about the fact that we're just black so we commit crime. And my last statement will be this, is that even though majority of black people that are murdered by black people, baby, 90 percentile. White people that are murdered by white people. So let that sit with you. Because if we're not calling that white on white crime, why are we talking about black on black crime like it's in our DNA to be this way? That's ridiculous. And that's my say. I don't have a solution for the courts. I don't. Go ahead, get some mumbo jumbo.
It's no mumbo jumbo. I mean, you're correct from the standpoint that it's a multi-layered situation. One could argue of. So my question to you, this is my final question though. You ever see how they put those domino pieces together? Mm-hmm. And they hit one domino and it has like they call it the domino effect. I'm asking you, what is that one trigger, that one thing that gets hit that creates this domino effect of problems? What is that one thing that you think we could hone in on to start seeing a change though? If it's not the home, you're saying it starts before the home. So based on saying, is there anything we could do, or is it a lost cause?
From the time black children come out of the womb, Nathan, so I can be more clear, they are giving vaccinations that give them autism more than anybody else. And I won't talk too much about that because I don't want to get your child in trouble, but there are doctors that have helped create these things that will testify to that these things are made so that people that have that type of DNA, that it actually causes these things. And you're talking to a woman who has a child that is autistic because of what they gave him, right? And so what I'm telling you is that the odds are against them. If you look at the doll test, that was a 4-year-old child stating they're already ugly, they're already bad, because those things are just being pumped from the moment we come out the womb. That's what I mean. And the one thing will probably be the school to prison pipeline. I think that's where most of our children get off track because of the school system. And then their parents are at work. And what Monalisa didn't get to say about the school to prison pipeline, and you can look it up. I didn't make this up. The school to prison pipeline is not my thing that I coined. It's an actual thing, right? They have a whole documentary on Netflix. So the bottom line is that the goal of the school to prison pipeline, understanding juveniles, is that black boys are reprimanded more than any of their counterparts for the same damn things. So if a white boy is writing on the desk, they just fuss at him. The black boy, they send him to the office for 2 hours. He misses all of his classwork. Then they send him back to class, right? And now he's behind. And what happens psychologically with these children is that they don't feel worthy. They don't feel valued. And because they're told they're always doing something wrong, a lot of black boys get sent to the office for just correcting the teacher. If they're saying shit like Christopher Columbus discovered America, they'll send these kids out the classroom. They're giving tickets in a lot of these schools where the kids have to go to court. It's not about a suspension anymore. So then these kids start skipping school because naturally a kid that don't feel rewarded and is always in trouble. So mom's at work. She got to go to work. If there's a dad's at work too. And this kid is skipping school. And at some point they're probably going to get in trouble. And when they do, they are waiting to slap that damn school record because you've been before a judge for it. Say this is their record and this is why they should be tried as an adult. That's how the school to prison pipeline works. And I will say this, you got some coons in your chat. And I want to say to Mr. Common Man who keeps saying that parents should teach people better. Mr. Common Man, I never told Nathan why I did not like you. And you be over here running your mouth, but you a drunk that used to be online talking about how your daughter wanted to sleep with you, your grown daughter. So you should shut the fuck up as a father and get out the chat talking to me. The next person that was talking
black people. Why are you studying the chat? We are having a conversation.
Mr. Common, because all the people in the chat agree that this is bad behavior. We should just send our kids to jail.
Okay, but that's
sorry ass group of black people. If that's what you think, this is our damn future.
Michi, you got to let people have their own opinion. That's okay for them.
Oh no, he can have his own opinion, but what he's not gonna keep doing is talking crazy to me in the chat. When I don't speak to him, I've asked him to stop talking to me the first time I came over to your channel, and I told you I didn't like him, and that's why. This man gets drunk. He sits online and he talk about having sex with his grown daughter. I don't like the bro. Stop talking to me.
All right, Michi.
Y'all think it's funny. For all of y'all that have kids,
nobody think it's funny.
I fucking feel for y'all when y'all motherfucking children, you have yet to have children, Nathan. And you think because you teach your child right from wrong that his black ass can't end up in a fucked up situation just because he's black? I pray to God you don't learn the hard way.
I've never said that.
Stop. But that's how y'all act.
No, that's not how anybody. I've influenced and had to raise a lot of people's kids, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm. But let you
I've
tell us,
seen
you
it.
still say that black folks have a problem with black people, and you blame crime on us as a group, and you never want to talk about the other issues. When you say it's the household, you're implying that black households are not together. You're implying that there aren't any decent black households. There's plenty of them. But when
No,
you
I'm not.
speak, you speak
I'm
as
not.
though the 50% of those people in prison all came from shitty homes. That's not
No,
true.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all.
But that's how it come across.
I think what I'm no, if it's coming off that way, you're interpreting it wrong. And I think for those who are listening, I try my best to make sure I explain it, but that's not the case at all. Let me get. I'm gonna let Monalisa have the final words.
Yeah.
So,
I'ma
Michi,
go.
thank you. Huh?
I'm gonna go because unlike the rest of y'all talking shit in the chat, I done had
Oh
the
my
prison
God.
system kill my brother and take my child. No, because y'all haven't yet to live these shits. Your experience is you arrested a lot of black people because you worked in the black community, so you assume that black people are a certain way.
And those are false assumptions.
Okay.
But
Well, again, y'all quick to throw our children away. I hope don't nobody throw y'all motherfucking kids away like that. Y'all have a good night.
Good night, Michi.
Yeah.
That was powerful. Shit.
It's a lot. I mean, it's not that Michi's wrong.
No, she's absolutely right.
You know, there's some. It's the accuracy, and sometimes I just think that regardless how anybody feels, there is work that needs to be done.
Correct.
We can battle about how we got here all day long. The reality is we're here right now and there's work that needs to be done. And I think what tends to happen a lot of times in these conversations discussing progress, it seems like we want to marinate in the why instead of the next. The truth of the matter is there is a core problem that needs to be addressed. If you do not fix that, nothing else really matters. And I try to give the example with the domino effect. We are trying to make all these changes in these random areas as it relates to the community. But to be completely honest, if we start fixing, like you mentioned earlier, this stuff goes back to the homes. How do we get better? How do we get better men and women to come together and actually build core families, core homes, really build the community over again? Like, that's the real discussion. That's where the real debate needs to happen, where people are putting tangible solutions that can be executed so that they have the impact that it needs to have. Because if you fix that piece, you're going to start seeing a drastic decline in all these other systemic issues that people like to talk about. But what are your, because she said a lot. What do you want to, anything you want to touch on? Just in general.
All right. So I'll start with, because you mentioned solutions, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's start kind of like with the school system.
Okay.
In understanding that, like, the school system, a lot of things start there, particularly the school to prison pipeline. Mm-hmm. So some of these issues can be, I'm not going to say fixed or like resolved right away, right? But being more involved in the schools, PTA meetings, showing your presence, right? Because the school board is the school board. I saw someone mention that, and it kind of triggered me a little bit. Somebody mentioned that the inner cities get the most, the inner city school get the most money from the government. Okay, so assuming that that's a fact, right? Since there's no oversight, there's no parental involvement, that money is shifted. And I know this for a fact because I said this before, like, I'm calling people out. I'm going into meetings. I'm hitting up the school board member and asking, why aren't we notified of the stuff that's being done? I don't get any information. I don't know any parents that are getting information. See, these systems, like, let's say, for example, if there's like great programs, they're going to advertise it at a minimum, right? We don't inquire about anything. So what happens is all this money that's supposed to go to the school over here is going to be transferred to another school over there, right? Because there's no involvement. There's no.
And whose fault is that?
The community.
All right.
The community. Whether it be parents, whether it be community, whether it be the grandma, whatever the case may be. It's right. So that's number one. Then you're dealing with school board members that are elected. Right?
By who?
Everything by the people. Everything is elections. Money. Oversight. Numbers, right? We got to show up in numbers. So that's one. Like, the school system does like whatever they want. I'm always questioning, like, the schools out west, right? They have like agricultural programs. Yes. Man, I found out, like, I'm like, wait a minute. So agricultural programs. I'm like, well, why don't this over here have it? Because I helped set up a community garden in one of the inner city schools. Right. Right. So it's almost like anything inner city, the people and the advocates and like the regular people have to figure it out. Anything out west, and then I say west because it's out west here, it's like they have all the money. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what do you mean?
Let me say this, and I think this is where one of the biggest misconceptions are. From what I've seen, you said it, advocate. You have people who advocate for certain curriculums in their school. I've been told that within the Black community, they're not putting parks and recreation things. They're not putting libraries. They don't want this. They don't want that. They're not putting these things. You know, these white communities have it. I've watched them put these things in, and then we do not use them. I think we all like to blame someone else. But then when you were working and you see things for what they are and you actually see what's going on, you realize that we are not asking for these things. And then if we get them, we are not doing what's needed to support those things. It's easy. It's so easy to get into this cycle of blaming somebody else. It takes away the onus of what are you doing to not get these outcomes. You got to have that conversation, because from what I've been seeing is that, again, like you said, I've seen the money go into these inner city schools, and then I see them being mishandled and misappropriated. But the people who it matters most to, they're never there. They don't show up. I was put on a membership board to do community speaking events. And whose community? Our community. And you know what the community leaders told me? They said they're not going to want to hear what you have to say, Mr. Daley, because they don't show up. They don't show up. So I'm willing to give my time for free, community service for free, to talk to our community. We don't show up. You can blame it on what you want to blame it on. You can point all the fingers. We can talk about what happened in the past. We can talk about the psychological effects of whatever. The reality is we are dealing with the right now. And the same past arguments aren't going to hold any weight to today. Today. And I think we get so caught up in wanting to drag the past. We're so busy looking behind us that we can't prepare for the obstacle in front of us because we have our back turned. The truth of the matter is better homes. Having a better home, you can build wealth out of. You can educate, you have structure, you have family. There's so much positive that trickles from that. And I think some people think because you have two parents and whatever, that you're going to have a perfect home and all your kids aren't going to do nothing. No, that's not the case. What we're saying is you can decrease significantly a lot of the problems that we see today in our community is derived from unhealthy homes. However you want to describe that. Homes that are just not healthy for raising children. And I think we constantly like to skate around that because that is the one thing that we have complete autonomy over. And we want to always avoid that responsibility. Somewhere down the line, Monalisa, and you said it, it is the adult's responsibility to fix the community. And I agree with you 100%. And being an adult also means being a parent, you know, being responsible with who you share bed with, when you decide to have children, how you have them, what you guys talk about, how you raise, how you discipline, structure in the household. All those things translate to what these kids do when they get to school. All this translates into your level of investment into your community as relates to voting and things of that nature. There's so much that trickles from that. And it's not to say that we're not still battling with systemic issues. That'll never go away. That'll never go away. But what we can fix, we need to fix. And I believe we're not fixing it.
So I'll say this. In present time, right?
Yep.
When we talk about fixing the home, it's challenging to fix the home.
Damn right.
There's not enough time to fix the home, right? So, you know, I take it upon myself to help other mothers. You know what I'm trying to say? Right. I take it upon myself to, because my son is grown. You know what I'm saying? So my son's almost 30. So I take it upon myself to help. Because what it is like, okay, we can complain about the system. We can complain about the parents. We can complain about the system. We can complain about the parents. Well, where the fuck are we going to start?
Okay.
Right?
Thank you. So, yeah.
All right. Right. So, okay. We understand that there's a systemic issue.
Okay.
Right? We understand that there's a home issue. Right. And then we understand that there's millions of dollars.
Yep.
Being funneled into inner cities, our community. What? Right? Okay. So how do we? All right. So,
that's the question. There you go. So,
we complain, right?
Yep.
So Michi has a huge platform. She does what she can, right? You have a platform, you do what you can. I'm on the ground, I do what I can. We all need to do what we can.
Correct.
Right? So everyone who's listening, who's viewing, who's in the chat, who's like, throw them away, do this, do that. I don't believe in throwing children away. Throw them away, do this, do that, get rid of them, whatever. Okay, become part of the process. Become part of the, like, when you look at the bigger picture, let's just say there's 1,000 people in the community,
Right.
Right? Let's just say there's 1,000 people. You'll have 3 that are actually helping.
That's right. That's
So
right.
how the fuck are we supposed to go 3 people and you have 997 that ain't doing shit?
Talk to him. Talk
right?
to him. Yep.
So what I mean is this, right? We look at this as like this is a huge issue, right? We engulf ourselves on the internet, right? We're like, oh, the internet. We can't solve these fucking problems. Why don't you just look down the street? What about your neighbor? Okay, what about the kids that are walking down the street that you pretty much know they hungry?
Be the change you want to see.
Like what I'm saying is, for the love of God or whatever it is that people believe in, we all need help. We all need help. Do you know how challenging it is to raise a child? Listen, the child is here. You know, whether you have so many different baby mamas or so many baby dad, whatever the case may be, we're here right now. So how do we, where do we start? Right?
All right. So let me stop you there, because this is the part that people don't like to get past. And when they try to get to this point, they then turn around and they blame somebody else, or they blame a system and say it's the system's responsibility to fix us moving forward. No one is going to do that. I think when you really understand the circumstances and what it is in this country, you are on your own. Nobody cares.
Right.
It sucks.
Right.
You guys, this is the reality. Nobody cares. Someone says, oh, well, they're giving money to immigrants because it benefits them to do that. They're sending money to the Ukraine. Why? Because they're getting something out of that. What we fail to realize as a community, we think that people actually care. And we think that the government needs to care about us more than we care about ourselves. Nobody cares, you guys. Nobody cares. So with that being said, no one's going to come and save us. It is our responsibility. Though we didn't cause this problem, white supremacy is how we got here. It is not the reason why we are still here. And until we accept that, we're going to be moonwalking the entire time. We are moonwalking. That's what we're doing. And we look good doing it. Here's the reality. This is the biggest problem. This is absolutely the biggest problem. We all like to talk about the problem. It's when we start talking about solutions, when we start having debates. It's when we start falling out. It's when we start arguing. We argue about solutions. Could you imagine? We're having conversations about how to solve the problem. That's when we start getting contention. Because if you believe that one person, this is how Black people are divided. We're divided by our interpretation of what the problem is and how the problem needs to be solved. That's why we bump heads. If you believe white people are the problem, then you see the solution differently. You see them as being the reason or the responsibility of fixing the problem. If you see Black people as the problem, you see Black people as the solution and the reason to fixing said problem. That's the division. That's the division. I'm well aware that nobody is coming to save Black people. And until you realize and acknowledge that, you start looking at the problem differently. If I know no one is coming to save me, then guess what? I then start looking inward. When there's no enemy within, the enemy outside can do you no harm. What is the problem with our community, Monalisa? Is that there's so many enemies within, which is why there's so many enemies outside of us. Without a strong, united group of Black people, everything is going to look like oppression. Capitalism looks like oppression. Being talked to rudely looks like oppression. Unfair sentencing looks like everything looks like oppression, because we lose our leverage in numbers to actually fix and repair these issues. This is a team sport.
Yes.
In this country, it's about race. This is a race between races. And Black people are the only ones not playing on a team. It's a team sport. And we want to play as individuals, and then we get mad when we get individual outcomes. It's not about poverty. It's about culture. They have done plenty of studies, and one prominent one out of Columbus University. They looked at your state, New York City. And I'm gonna put the study here in the chat at the end of the stream. They looked at New York City. They looked at New York City's Asian population. Their poorest group, Asians, make up more than the Black citizens in New York City, right? Their population size for their poorest group of Asians is more than the Black groups in New York City. And you know what they come to find out? That even the poorest Asians didn't commit nearly half as amount of crime, violent crimes, than the middle class and upper class Black people within New York City. And what that showed them was there was no connection to violence, crime, and poverty. But what they noticed was teaching and culture was one of the biggest influence on behavior. When we look at the music that we consume, the media that we consume, the social media, we don't like to admit that these things have influence. I'm not saying that poverty doesn't influence crime. What I'm saying is when you start, and this is the biggest problem a lot of us have, when we get so infatuated with skin color, we get so infatuated with racism that it blinds us to things that are twice as important that we're overlooking. Because if you're not, and they want you to look at that, because if you're looking at that, it distracts you from a core problem. That if we fix this core issue, we'll have better outcomes. And again, that's not to ignore racism or saying it doesn't play a role, but to not address culture, to not make a concerted effort to adjust the culture, then all the racism doesn't matter. Because now we're talking about behavior. Now we're talking about a conditioned behavior that's not being addressed. That ultimately would keep us out of courtrooms, keep us out of prison, keep our community safer, less police interactions. All this thing comes back to culture. Where's culture taught? In the home. What's needed in the home? You get what I'm saying? I just think when we're breaking these things down, it's easy for people to talk about how to get to point A to point B. But Monalisa, like you're saying, here we are, what's the solution? That's when people fall apart. They lack the creativity and the understanding on what is the actual strategy to fix broken homes. What is the actual strategy to ensure Black men and Black women come together healthy, create a home that is conducive for raising children? What's the strategy to help prevent a lot of the negative problems that we see within our community, curbing the violence and things of that nature and the crime? What are the actual tactics that can be implemented? And people cannot give you that, because if they had that, we would actually be doing it.
Okay.
I know.
So, I tend to do a lot of deep thinking, right? Based on the experiences being in the community talking to different people. And one of the things that I kind of came up in my brain, sometimes I do a lot of prayer and meditation and things kind of flow, right? I would love to see, like, so some of the things I think about and that I've shared with like other leaders in the community, and I tend to be ignored because you have to put in a lot of work, right? And sometimes you come out of pocket. So like, for example, when you're dealing with slum and blight communities, right? Those are definitely created, right? Based on the amount of money that comes into the cities and based on 30-year plans that CRAs, community redevelopment agencies, have, right? So when a CRA is put in your community, it's look into like the city plans, because it'll create a slum and blight in a particular district, right? So this is what Michi's talking about, where this stuff is created. I've talked to people about, okay, in order for you to know what's going on, you have to go to the city commission meetings, right? And in understanding that most city commission meetings on purpose are conducted during the daytime when people are working. So one of the solutions that I came up with was, well, why don't we find 1, 2, 3 people that are not working, or maybe an elder, or maybe a youth, right? And as a community collectively, we come up with a couple $100, and let's say we pay $100 to each person to sit at the city commission all day and bring back notes.
Okay.
Right? And then share those notes with the rest of the community via canvassing, right? This takes work. Via canvassing, making sure that the community is informed of what's happening. Nathan, give me 2 seconds. My pit bull is going crazy. I'm just gonna
go ahead.
It's just 1 second.
You good. Take your time. Take your time. She goes and handles that. You know, you guys, when having these conversations about solutions, again, we could talk about things on the individual level. We talk about things on a systemic level. And I think the systemic side of solutions, a lot of people try their best to avoid. But to be honest with you, that's the solution. A systemic issue, a systemic design to fix this problem. I think that is one of the biggest problems and challenges that we have, is no one can get a creative enough idea on a grander scale to fix this or address this problem. But yeah, go ahead and finish what y'all was talking.
All good. So that was one of the solutions that I came up with, in understanding that most parents can't take a day off to go to a city commission. I sat in city commission meetings. First of all, they boring as hell.
They're boring and
right?
long. Yep.
Sometimes like the language would be like, what? Like you literally have to study and educate yourself on this stuff, right? Then you have to learn like who all your commissioners are. And then we have to organize the people to go to these commission meetings when a particular, like when budgets are in place, right?
Yes.
When huge decisions are being made. So that's one solution that I came up with.
I like that. Let's unpack that real quick. Let me unpack that real quick. What you're saying is you're going to have a representative for a particular community group who is going to be in charge. Because again, in our community, we have a lot of parents working multiple jobs. They work long hours. They can't go to these meetings, and and because of that, they're not being properly informed as to what is actually taking place. I agree 100%. I think, and that's what I'm talking about. Someone who is creative enough to come up with solutions, because this is a real problem.
I'm the creative one, because I can't. We gotta make some goddamn change, and we being bullied and played by all these people that we elect, and I'm just not having it. Straight up.
Yep, I agree 100%. And what I love about that is that you're taking the initiative. And this is not to say people aren't doing that, but we need people who have great ideas to implement them, because that's something that we're missing. So, okay, go ahead with your next thoughts. I think you're definitely on to something with that.
Right. So I say a minimum 3 people. These are just things that I'm coming up with as I walk and see, and I am heavily involved in Broward County, Florida. The issue is I can't do it all by myself. My homegirl Sarika in Pompano, Miss Georgette in South Broward, like it can't be 3-4 people. It can't. Right? So minimum 3 people. Maybe at $100 a piece to go, because you want notes from different perspectives and different age groups. So you may want a youth, you may want someone, in middle, whatever, and then you want an elder to bring solutions, because that's what's happening. Because what happens is the cities will go ahead and put something on the website, and that's good. It suffice, right? Another thing that I thought about was, if we have a community full of single moms, let's say, single moms joining, right? And single moms getting together within the same probably block, or maybe 3 or 4 blocks, right? Neighborhood, and then helping each other out. Like, okay, look, I'll cook on this day for all the kids. You cook on this day for all the kids. You cook. So now we're not cooking every day, or we're not feeding our children fast foods every day. You know what I'm trying to say? So it's like uniting for the benefit of all the children. And now what you're doing is you're bringing more children together who are from the same neighborhood. You're imparting knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Right now you're building a sisterhood. Hopefully there's some brothers in the community that can help, can assist with the sons or the daughters. That's all. Just like these are little things that I think about based on what I see. Right. And also based on a lot of the work that we've done. Like when we used to do our movie nights.
Yeah.
We had one organization donated, the big floating screens.
The floating screen?
They're like they're like a screen that kind of you pump the air in and you can
I don't know what
you call those. So what we would do is, to give the moms a break, we took the kids literally on the side of the road. Everything that we did, Nathan, was on the side of the road, and we used to use a extension cord and plug it in the house. So there's really no excuse, right? Like, we would get hot dogs and hamburgers, and we would grill, and you got 30 kids watching a movie. The mothers are fully grateful, because they're like, oh my God, it's a Friday night, I could get a break, or oh my God, I can go on a date, or oh my God, I could do whatever the fuck I want. So now we keeping 30 plus kids off the street, but that takes a village.
It takes a village. Right? Yeah.
That takes willing participants.
I was just about to say that. You got to be, you have to want to, and these ideas are good. And I think for those who have gone in and did the work and speak to people, how difficult it is that some people can be. Some people don't want to participate. You can be doing something really positive. You got all the right answers, and they don't want to participate. I like what Moses Wallen said. He says, run a candidate from the community and local government. That's one thing that we don't do enough of, is build up our own people to really put them or push them in positions of politics or in power. We're always getting some random person you don't know, and they're running for something in your community. You're not really connected with them, right? So that's one thing I always talk about is important.
Now, with that point though, this is where we have to be mindful and understanding how it actually works. So here in Florida, I'll use Pompano for example. Pompano has 5 districts, and what people need to understand is every district has a commissioner. But when they're voting on something, they need the majority, 3 out of 5. So it goes deeper. It's not only putting because there's been groups of men that are like, yo, Monalisa, we want you to run for office. Hell, fuck no, I'm not there yet. There's no way. I'm shutting the whole shit. No, I just can't. There's too much politics involved, right? I that is not my position. Like, it's just not. I'd rather be on the outside advocating and trying to push things
More
through.
freedom, more, yeah, you get more done actually.
So what happens is, if you have 5 districts, and I encourage everyone to like get involved, look up your local commissioners in your county, in your city, like look up your state attorney, look up your public defender, like really just find the simple things out. Now, when you're looking at 5 districts, you need community leaders in 3 districts to vote 3 people in that are going to agree on something. If not, nothing is going to change.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Because let's say I get voted into District 3 in Pompano, let's just say. Well, if District 1, 2, 4, and 5 don't agree with me, people are going to be like, well, what are you doing? So we need the majority. So if in your community you have 5 districts, you need to find 3 people
Yep.
to make change.
Yeah.
Right? Not to show off and be like, oh, I'm your elected official. I'm finna, speak for you. And then you're going to get shut down every time. That's what I had to learn. Because I'm like, why isn't anything getting done? Because there's some cities that have 6 districts, which means now you need 4 people to agree.
To have the majority.
To have the majority vote. See what I'm saying? So it's about learning and being strict strategy.
Yeah, strategy is important.
And creating I'm not saying a huge system, but a small system to grow things. Okay, look, the city commission meetings are on this day, we're going to have these people over here. And a pot of people just put some, listen, you could put in $20.
Takes money. Yeah.
You can put it, if you want to pay 3 people $100 to go sit down all day, and trust me, $100 is not enough, but let's just say, right, that's $300. You could break that down. 30 people can give $10. You feel me? 15 people can give $20. Put the weed away for one day and give away $20 for the love of God. That's all I'm saying. Like, there could be strategies implemented, right?
Yes.
Don't buy a bottle of liquor for that one day. I'm just saying, right? Also, I'm just speaking like real deep.
Yeah, things that can be
right,
that you can actually implement. Yeah, things
that we can that we can actually implement. If you want to really learn the intricacies about the system, I'm saying, I'm gonna start getting back on YouTube and guiding people who are on felony probation and kind of giving them the game. I may do something private on a Zoom, if they need more. But like, get with people who are experts, right? And who have experience, because what I realize is people don't listen to people with experience.
Nope.
But y'all want to talk all motherfucking day. Like, I don't be understanding that. Like,
I don't get it either.
Listen, I'm 47 years old and I still listen to people younger, older, or the same age. We are never too old or too young to learn from anybody, right? I listen to the youth. I learn so much from the youth. Humble yourself. We got to humble ourselves and listen to people with experience. That's a huge solution. Humbling your ass, right?
That's a big one.
Another thing, change your diet. And what I mean by change your diet is change what you see, change what you listen to, and change what the hell you put in your mouth. Straight up. You feel me? Listen to, elevating music, meditating music. There's a brother out here by the name of Keith Wallace. He's out of Brown Subs in Miami. True soldier. Spent a lot of time, he did prison time. He don't like police at all. Like, he don't like police at all. He does not. But you gotta kind of respect it, because his story is out of line. But he's top notch, and his music is educational. Like, he's on some high level. I mean, the brother goes in. Keith Wallace, like, children can listen to him. He doesn't curse, but he spits real knowledge. What are you seeing? What are you looking at? Right? Look at documentaries. I recommend everyone to check out Kiss the Ground on Netflix, which teaches you about the earth, teaches you about nurturing, teaches you about how we're so connected to the earth, because now you're dealing with, we got to heal. There's a lot of healing that needs to occur.
And what would you say the best way to, I guess, what's the easiest way to implement these things? We don't own schools, curriculums. We don't have influence into the curriculums like that. Are you saying that all these need to be done from like a grassroots perspective?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So, for example, like everyone listening here, take an initiative like tomorrow, let's look at something different. Like, I don't watch TV. Stop watching TV. They tell lie to your visions. Like, we need to stop. Like, stop watching TV. Do more research. Kind of stay off your phones because we spend a lot of time scrolling, right?
Yeah.
I'm just speaking real truth. I'm speaking like things that I had to do. Like, for me to become a vegetarian, I first did no meat Mondays. Then I did no meat on Thursdays. Then like, no, listen, it's hard. I like, you know,
discipline. Yes, discipline.
Discipline. Like, we lack discipline. Really stop watching TV. Like,
TV and social media is a big thing. I mean, but that's where a lot of the programming comes from, you know. So it's how do you we start getting to the best way to break things down.
Sorry, somebody said, I'm sorry. Somebody said, sorry, I love bacon.
Oh, yeah. Bacon's one of those things. No, you good. One of the things I always think about is when I'm telling people how to get to the root of a problem is, or the root to solving a problem is, you keep asking how. So you keep asking how until there's no more hows. You know, I was talking to a gentleman, and I'm gonna give you the closing remarks. I was talking to him on the stream, and he was telling me about being B1, being black first. And he was telling me about how to fix these issues. And I asked him, I hear what you're saying. Okay, how do you do it? He couldn't give me the how. And this goes back to the problem. It's easy to know what needs to be done. The how do you do it is what stumbles people, because you actually have to go out and implement. And
Correct.
I think that's always been the crux of the problem. Is we can tell, someone says we need to fix homes. Okay, yeah, we do need to fix it. How do you do it? Right? We know we need better homes. We know we need to reduce the out of wedlock births. We know we need fathers in the homes. We know we need healthy parents. We know we need parents attending PTA meetings. Okay, how do you get them to do it? How do you get us to come together? How? And I think I would love in the future I would love to see more people talk about the hows instead of the whys. And I think what ends up happening when I get on these platforms with people, or I get people over here, I like to discuss how, they like to discuss why. And that's where we always trip ourselves up at. The why matters only to a point. And at some point, you got to get to the how.
I've been at the how.
You've been at the how.
I've been at the how. Listen, I've been at the how. I mean, we get it, right? We get it. I've been at the how because our children are dying. I don't know about anything. I don't care about it's our children are dying, right? So we got to get to the how.
We got to get to the how. We got to get to the how. What's your closing statements, Monalisa? I know we covered a lot. We covered a lot, and a lot of it was a really great conversation. A lot that you shared. What would be what are your closing thoughts on this crazy topic?
So what? Before I go to my close, I would like to share some books, if that's okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So if anyone's who's interested in like the actual criminal justice system, because today was a topic of criminal justice system, I think one of the things we need to focus on is changing our mindset as it relates to throwing away our children. Changing our mindset and understanding why the criminal justice system is the way it is and how it actually started and stuff of that nature. So understanding the language that is used, because we don't understand the language when we walk in there. So one of the first books that I think everyone should have is the Black Law Dictionary. Right. Very, very important. It teaches you like the language inside the courtroom. Very important, because if you want to take a plea, you want to take maybe something that's concurrent and not consecutive, right? Just things of that nature, like little things like that. If you have the ability in the circumstances of your case, if you need a downward departure, right? So the Black Law Dictionary is just something that I think we all should have. Right. One of my favorite books of all time, Johnny Cochran, A Lawyer's Life. I've read this so many times. It breaks down like what he went through in the criminal justice system and the civil system. So this brother was so dope. Let's remove the O.J. Simpson case. That's what kind of made him famous. But the cases that he handled nationwide literally changed policies, changed so many things, right? And then in this book, there's also like names of Black men that were killed by police. Then he talks about how the system started and how we weren't taught anything. And then he talks about how he would use the money from his civil cases to do pro bono work for the people in the community of LA, right? Because then a lot of us make all this money, but we don't like leverage it, right? To kind of give back. So learning how to give back. This book is so powerful. I think it would change a lot of mindsets and help people understand like what we need to do. Justice While Black. And actually the attorney is out of Georgia.
Okay.
And she wrote this book. Her name is Robin Shipp. She wrote this book after the Trayvon Martin situation. Okay. And it's an easy read, right? But it talks about like just the simple stuff. It gives you a little bit of history of like officer friendly isn't your friend, where police officers are allowed to lie to you to get evidence and stuff of that nature. Talks about the Fifth Amendment, silence is golden, what to wear to court, the haircut. And it's a real easy read, and it's like step by step, and it helps you understand like how to make better decisions for better outcomes through the process.
Yeah, and email me those too, so I can put them under the description so people can pull them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Justice While Black, like literally, I dissect this book, like, and I teach from it, particularly the youth. Okay. And then also, sometimes like we need to be paying attention to our elders. Like Dr. Claude Anderson gives us the Powernomics, like the whole blueprint.
That's actually a really good book. Yep.
Like we have blueprints. I find that again, the willingness of people, right? Because I'm sorry, like me, you, Michi, and Dre, and a few other can't do it all. You know what I'm trying to say? True. So like there's plenty of blueprints, and this book is just so powerful, particularly in the elections and how to kind of take over, right? Yes. I'm talking about you've been so wrong.
And in that book, though, what's interesting about that book, someone he's qualified to speak on those subjects, he talks about that all this stuff we talking about doesn't get done until we do what? Pull our money together. Correct. You can't pull money together till you pull homes together, because that's where wealth is generated. So everything, the fastest, we can all talk about the different ways to get here. I say the fastest and most effective way is to fix the homes. And granted, it's not a quick, easy process. We're talking about 2 to 3 generations worth, but you got to start somewhere. But that book on Powernomics is a very, very, very powerful book. A lot of good gems in there. I will say that. But those are good reads. Thank you for recommending those.
You're welcome. I was like very strategic. I'm like, okay, we're gonna speak about this. I need the people to know about that because we gotta get it.
That was spot on.
So what I'll say is in closing, Nathan, I appreciate you. I appreciate all the work that you're doing. I appreciate all the real people out there that are doing the work. It is not easy. It's challenging.
Yes.
We get rejected by everyone. It appears that no one wants us to do good. So we must elevate our spiritual strength in order to keep moving forward. What I'll say to the community is take a moment to sit back and really, really focus on what's going on and work on changing your mindset and yourself to give love and have grace and patience for the current situation that we're in. Right? It's a collective effort. Open your mind and your heart and give back and support those that are doing the work, even if you don't agree, or if like your feelings are like you're kind of going back and forth. You may not like that person. You may not agree with that person, but you know that they're doing the work. Contribute to that, right? Because this is not easy at all. And for some reason, I don't understand why those that are doing the work get so
much ridicule.
So much ridicule, right? Like most of y'all ain't willing to do shit. So you don't have the courage to do it. You don't want to be bothered. Right? Until it hits home, though. Until it hits home. I'll also say be part of the process. Just be part of the process. Get a little bit more involved. If you're an accountant, mentor someone.
Right.
If you're use your knowledge and your skills and mentor someone.
Stay in your lane with it.
Stay in your lane. If all of us do a little bit, just stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane. Yep.
In your lane. We're not asking you for more.
Yep.
Right? We're asking you to stay in your lane. Yep. I appreciate the gift that I have been given to serve. And I pray that all of you sit back and harness on your purpose, because all of us are valuable and we are here for a reason. And I've struggled with feeling valuable, right? Do I deserve this? Right? We all have our inner insecurities and our own issues, but we have to tackle that from within and be able to like rise above that and do for the next generation. Our pain, our suffering, and our struggle is for the healing of the next generation. I'm going to say that again. Our pain, our struggle, our suffering is so we can learn the lessons for the healing of the next generation. Two more things. Today is ironically, because I didn't even realize it when I booked it, but today is the 3-year anniversary of Mama Rovina passed away. She was the candy lady in the community. She raised the majority of the children in the community. And I just want to, give her a shout out. May she rise in power and continue to cover us as we move in this journey. That's my community partner's mother, Mama Ro. And in the words of my mom, she's no longer with us. May she rise in power as well. When you do it with love, it will flourish.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate it.
Shout out to her.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Michi, I don't need you to quit. I really don't.
Is that what Michi talking about? Don't pay no attention. Michi just in her feelings. She be all right. every now and then she needs time to vent.
Yeah, Michi is super powerful. Nathan, man, I appreciate you. And again, brothers and sisters, we are creating what we want to see. And our hope is that we can get some of these youth on the land, teach them sustainability, teach them that they're valuable, and we're going to need the support of the community. Nathan, with that, I appreciate you, man.
Oh no, it's first of all my pleasure. Thank you.
It was dumb about. Look at that. It's 444. God,
oh shoot! Right on time. Right on time. You guys, I'm putting up the links. They're also in the description of the video, where you can check out Monalisa, her website, her Instagram, and her YouTube channel. Please go and check her out. Go over there and support. A wealth of knowledge, passion, and we only scratched the surface of what she has to offer. I definitely plan on bringing you back, Monalisa, to talk about some other things. You know, there's still plenty of stuff, because I have some stuff I want to talk to you about that I want to share on this channel about the land and basically survival stuff. I plan on doing a show on survival, and so I'd love to get your thoughts on that. But what were you about to say real quick?
No, what I was going to say is, for your viewers, if you go on greatrisingfarm.com and you fill out the contact information, please do that, because when we launch, we'll email everybody. We'll do an email campaign and let them know when we launch.
Okay, that's what's up. And then let me know too, so I can post it on my community tab as well, so that they can get that information. So Monalisa, thank you again so much. Sorry I kept you so long. You know, we had a little moment on the stream, but I appreciate the whole show. You know, we just having it's like having a cookout. You know what I mean?
You know, when you start kind of healing, you let things flow. You understand that things. You know what I'm saying? So I just be like chilling. I give everybody their space. I respect everyone. And I just be, I don't really want no issues. I'm good over here.
No, I feel you.
I want a problem.
I appreciate you. You have an amazing night, and thank you again so much for gracing us with your presence and having this conversation. And we're gonna do it again. We definitely gonna do it again. I got to holler at my boy. I'm getting him over here next month. We're gonna have.
Yes, so, definitely. That's gonna be.
That's gonna be good. That's gonna be good.
So, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Everyone have a good night. It was truly a pleasure sharing space with all of you. And thank you for all of you who made comments. You are all valuable. Please find it within your hearts to move this forward.
That's it. All right, my love. Have a good night.
You too.
All right.
Peace.
Okay. Great conversation. Woo. That was interesting. That was intense. Monalisa dropped some gems on us. You guys, there's so much that she said. I was taking some notes, and I wanted to just kind of summarize a little bit, just so we can kind of close this thing out. One of the key things that she harped on a lot: education, man. Education. Education goes a long way. If you don't have it, people take advantage of you. We see it all the time. I talk about it all the time on this channel, about knowing your rights, knowing the laws, and then utilizing them properly. Some would say you can know them and still get shot. That's not the point. Again, the problem sometimes we have in these conversations is people are so disingenuous. We want to take the lowest common denominator and then plaster on the wall as if that's the norm. That's not the norm. And again, the system needs correction. The system has some issues, but the people in the system is where we need to address our focus on repair. Some people don't see it that way. That's fine. I'm telling you, based on someone who has operated in multifaceted areas within the system, I'm telling you for a fact that the people are where we need to address the bulk of our focus. She talked about respectability politics. You guys know, listen, you come up showing up any kind of way, people treat you any kind of way. That's a fact. We can talk about what's not fair. We can talk about the moralities. But over here, we talk about the reality of things, you guys. Over here, we talk about facts over feelings, reality over fiction. She talked about too much power. I echoed the same thing. There's too much power in these systems, and there's no oversight. That's an issue. Wherever there's power, there needs to be a power police. There needs to be a police over this power. I think we downplay how much authority a lot of these people have, how much influence they have over other people's lives. And if you don't acknowledge that, you give away all of your power, you give away all of your freedom. You then can't turn around and complain about how you're being treated or how someone is abusing it. I think at the end of the day, and I'll close with this. One, I wanted to save this super chat comment, man. And I think this is important. I wanted to say this because it speaks volumes. The home builds the community / the village community builds society, the society builds a nation, but it all starts in the home. We can dance around this as much as we want, you guys. Until we have an answer for this problem, I don't see much of any other things getting fixed. I just don't. I don't. One thing that we know for sure, one thing we know for certain, one thing we know for certain is that these problems have already been examined. They've already been addressed. They've already been exploited. There are people smarter than me and anybody else who has already come before me. There are people they've written books on it. They've taught lectures on it. They've protested about it. You guys, we already know where the problems are. We already know why they exist. We know who implemented them. We know who has established them, why they did it, how they did it. You guys, we have beaten this thing to death. So now what? Now what? This isn't like someone didn't tell us. It's not like it's not known. It's not like we all haven't agreed on it. Why do we keep wasting time? People have done conventions on it yearly. They've talked about it in politics. They talk about it in communities. You have activists, they talked about it. Again, you guys, they have done research on it. We already know. We already know. We already know. It seems like the fear of fixing the problem is what's actually holding us back. I call it accountophobia. Accountophobia. We don't even want to agree on a solution. That's how scared a lot of us are. Whereas some want to focus on the why. There are some that are focused on the how. How do we get it done? All I'm saying is we already know all this. And every day we try to have a conversation about solutions. Somebody wants to talk about the history. Somebody wants to give a history lesson, as if we all have not already acknowledged it, agreed on it, and accepted it. Now what? And until we're ready to have the now what conversation, and that's where our focus is on, moonwalking. Nothing but moonwalking. That's what I'm saying. Moonwalking. Shout out to Chaos Reigns. This brother right here is responsible for our amazing, amazing membership badges, you guys. Shout out to Chaos Reigns. I shouted him out on the community tab. He hooked us up with some great badges. When you see him in the chat, make sure you say what's up and say thank you to him for hooking us up, you guys. Good brother right there. And he came in on the clutch because I was on my way trying to think of something cool to create, and he stepped up and did his thing. So shout out to this brother. We'll be shouting them out all the way up until our 20K celebration, you guys. We are around the corner. So, you know what to do. Continue to like, share this video. I hope you guys found this conversation to be invaluable. Shout out to the panelists, people who came up to share their thoughts and their wisdom. As always, Dre, Michi, those are my Ace Boone coons right there. Coons. Not Ace Boone. Not the coon part, but they my partners. Let me just say that they're my partners in crime. So shout out to them, and shout out to our special guest that came up too, Monalisa. She hooked us up tonight, you guys. So that is it for tonight. Let me know your thoughts under the comment section. I always tell myself it's not going to be long, and it ends up being long anyways. So. My bad. Check out the merch, you guys. I hope you enjoy this stuff. I'm gonna actually be doing some modeling this next week, so you guys can see all the goodies. So, anyways, with that being said, you guys, let these truths find you where the lies have left you. Good night, and God bless.